Oh, in the back of the room. Okay. Treasurer Stiles.
Here.
Parliamentarian New Yorker. Secretary Carter. Here. Region 1 Director Roy. Region 2 Director Smith. Region 3 Director Crocker. Region 4 Director Day. Academic Representative Lisa Armstrong. Media Related Representative Hall. Student Representative Grant Hines. There you go, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We also do have an agenda. We do have to make some changes in the agenda because we have some people who want to be present but aren't able to be here at this hour. So if there's a motion to accept the agenda with adoptions, we'll accept that motion. Anyone want to make a motion? Adoptions? Is there a second?
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Oppose? Seeing none. Is there a motion on the minutes? What's that now? You don't have agendas? All right. Let's see if we can get another couple of agendas somewhere for our folks. Our regional directors, I believe all need agendas. Yes. Yep. And our parliamentarian. What's that? You got me. All right. Thank you so much for attending. We greatly appreciate your presence. Thank you to those folks who are joining us from home. We appreciate you guys being with us. This is a moment for which, because we're visiting, we give an opportunity for all those folks who are visiting to stand and to address us and to greet us. That includes our students who are here working diligently and those who are here with them. All right, we will begin, please, on this side of the room. And we'll hit the back row next. Yes, ma'am. Just stand, introduce yourself very briefly. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Appreciate it. Our new chapter. Thank you. Yes. Doc, yes. Okay. Right behind you, Benet. All right.
President of PR Communications at Destination Cleveland, and welcome to the land.
All right.
Good morning, President of the Greater Cleveland Association.
All right.
Morning.
Sure. Yeah. Right.
Ella May, a recent graduate of Hampton University and
And behind us here, we have staff.
Nate Chambers, Finance Director.
Angela Robinson, Director of Operations.
Kate Migers, Director of Development.
Kayla Tucker Adams, Founder and Chief Strategist of KTA Media Group. We are the agency of record for NABJ. I've also been a part of NABJ since college. Also was an HABJ scholar and the 2022 Pat Tobin Media Relations Professional Award winner. So happy to be here today.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Candace Ledbetter. I am Managing Partner for KTA Media Group and PR Comms for NABJ. Happy to be here.
Thank you. And we've got a couple of people, including a founder, who have just come into the room. Yes, founder. We're doing brief introductions for those. Yes. Good morning.
we are celebrating our 50th anniversary here. And this is, there's a lot that will be going on. I appreciate all the effort that has gone into celebrating founders. And I hope, one of the things I wanted to mention, we have a sign-in guest book. Years ago, it was a yellow legal pad that we all signed. And so now we have a leather-bound book that the founders will sign first, for breakfast tomorrow. And then we want everyone in attendance at the convention to sign. And this will be a historical document book that we have commemorating this 50th anniversary. So happy 50th!
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Right behind Sandra? Yes, ma'am. Sitting down next to Robin? Thank you. And so we mentioned, yeah, ooh, yes, ma'am. Former board member.
Former officer and president of the Arizona chapter and the Bay Area chapter. A former board member, national, 2 terms as regional director, 1 term as carrier. I'm a 3-time election chair and also 3-time council president's chair.
All right. Thank you all for being with us. We greatly appreciate the opportunity. Yes, thank you. And the students who are here, we appreciate the opportunity to be with you guys. And those who are joining from home, thank you so much for joining from home. We're going to jump right into our amended agenda. And the first thing that we have up is going to be our convention update information here. I'm going to, before we get into the executive director, we're going to hear from our local chapter president, Rhonda Crowder. You'll please take the podium.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
NABJ, and as Emily said, welcome to the land. As the president of the Greater Cleveland Association of Black Journalists, we are really super excited to host you all this year in Cleveland. Happy 50th anniversary. The local chapter has a number of events planned. We have a reception this evening at the Cleveland Public Library, which is just a few feet away from this building. It starts at 6:30. We also have a welcome to Cleveland party tomorrow at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and Museum. And also with the assistance of Destination Cleveland, on Saturday, we have 4 cultural tours that are scheduled to take you out of downtown and into the neighborhoods to learn about Cleveland's Black history and culture and arts. So just gonna keep it brief. Hope you enjoy your stay here in Cleveland, and our members will have buttons on that says ask me about Cleveland. So if you have any questions, any concerns, need any directions for anything, insight, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions for Madam President? You have to turn it on.
Okay, I was just telling you, please get with our communications team. They can help push those things for those Saturday events for Cleveland, because we want, we want participation. Just talk to our communications team, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Seeing none, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Destination Cleveland. Yes.
Again, good morning. I'm Emily Lauer, VP of PR and Communications at Destination Cleveland. Our CEO, David Gilbert, apologizes that he could not be here personally to greet you this morning. We had a pre-scheduled board meeting as well. So please know that he is thrilled to have you here. I've had the honor of working with President Crowder and the chapter over the last couple of years. In fact, it's been 6 years in the making since we were awarded NABJ, which, it feels like 10, it also feels like 6 months. So we are thrilled to have you here. Happy 50th anniversary. What an honor it is for Cleveland to be the host of this convention and celebrate this anniversary with you. In addition to what Rhonda shared regarding the events that the chapter has put on, this is a very important group to us, and no, we do not say that to every group that comes to Cleveland. We understand the power of storytelling that will happen with this group, and making a positive first impression and a lasting positive impression is very important to us. I was in Chicago last year, and so I had the opportunity to learn from experiencing ways that we could enhance your experience. And so you will find on Mall B, which is just outside the atrium end of the convention center, the beautiful green grassy area, which also happens to be the roof of the convention center, by the way, a little bit of sustainability knowledge for you. Tomorrow at lunchtime, and then Thursday and Friday at lunch, as well as from 3:30 to 6:30, we are going to have what we're calling the Land Lounge. We are working with Black Collabs, a company here in Cleveland, and there will be Black-owned food trucks. In the afternoon, there will be a vendor fair featuring Black-owned businesses from our neighborhoods. I know the schedule is very tight, and so getting into neighborhoods other than possibly for the cultural tours can be difficult for your members. So we are bringing Black Cleveland to the heart of downtown on Mall B at the Land Lounge. So please come stop by, grab a bite to eat. In the afternoon, we'll have some drinks, also some entertainment as well. The cultural tours, which Rhonda mentioned. And then today at the airport, I'm sorry you're already here because you won't get to experience it. Today and tomorrow, we're doing an airport welcome and baggage claim. So we are going to have a DJ. It is going to be a very lively experience. Everybody coming into Cleveland will know that NABJ is here, in addition to your members. So all of our other visitors at this time of year will know that NABJ is here. So we are, again, thrilled to have you. There are information tables in your host hotel lobbies if you need any information. And our team members will be in green shirts that have our script Cleveland on the front and they say volunteer on the back. So we are going to be easy to identify as well. So again, thank you. Happy anniversary and happy to take any questions.
Any questions in Destination Cleveland? DJ, all right. God knows. I drove in. I missed this. All right.
Sorry.
That's all right.
To the airport today if you have time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up on the agenda, our Executive Director, Convention
Here or there,
update.
does it matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll just sit here.
All right.
Okay. I got to tell you, the most exciting thing to me about this convention is to see these young students. And many of us can just reflect back on where we were at that age. For me, it was just a couple of years ago, but just to reflect back and say, wow, look how far we've come. We were there. Because there's something inside them. You can just see it. So I appreciate your students very much. So anyway, and then one other side note, breaking news. Any Amazon shoppers out there? Okay, just so you know, I know there are a lot of y'all, whether you admit it or not. I'm sorry to inform you that if you have a package delivered to this hotel, they will charge you at least $15 that will be added to your room. So be aware of that. So you might want to catch them outside or something, but it will be added. We were warned by a couple of people say, can you believe that? I'm like, they call it a handling charge. So if you're using Amazon, which a lot of people do when we come to these conventions, just know that's a little extra. Okay, so here we go. Attendance will be about 3,000 this year. We're just under that right now. Layoffs, cutbacks, huge media company settlements with the current administration certainly impact those numbers. They're paying for fewer employees to attend a career development, career fair. And so it'll probably end up a couple of hundred beyond Birmingham. And I know Steve Crockett's really happy about that because he likes being in that number 3 spot. So it is what it is. But the beauty of it, will still have almost 3,000, if not 3,000 plus. For the convention this year, we've got 135 sessions, 9 meal events, breakfast, luncheons, dinners. First come, first serve. Get there early. And we have 19 networking receptions. And that's very popular with companies because they get to engage with people one-on-one. The good news that all our sessions will take place in the conference center that's connected to the Hilton Hotel. We've got about 80 partners and sponsors at the conference. About 50 of them actually have footprints in the career fair. Last check, I talked to the person who runs the interview portal for the career fair, and we have 1,355 interviews already scheduled with various companies in the career fair. Our members have scheduled that many interviews. You go back to the days before, not too long ago, where you remember these long lines at the convention fair. Well, we put that in place, designed so that you could actually do a scheduled interview so you wouldn't have to stay in line an hour waiting. So it's working out very well and you're really utilizing it. So we strongly encourage everyone to download Event Pilot, the convention app, to get updated information. Please review the safety plans on the app as well as to do in the case of emergency. Please, please, please do that because you never know. Now, let's get to this. Financials. We will have a shortfall of what we budgeted for revenue this year. That's for sure. Because of the heavy anti-DEI headwinds, companies and foundations, as we mentioned earlier, really cutting back on such funding. And additionally, companies are paying millions in settlements with the administration, that type of thing. I am still receiving calls from organizations that are panicked about their finances numerous calls asking me, Drew, what can we do to make up the shortfall? I mean, we know y'all in a good position, all that, but what can we do? Well, it wouldn't be, I love them, but it's not smart for me to reveal the specifics of our strategies because we would be competing even more for a shrinking revenue pool. So I'm not crazy, okay? I'm courteous and I will help where I can, but to give our strategies and that's just not a smart move. We are, by the way, we are strategically meeting with top brass and major media companies, foundations that are coming right here to Cleveland to meet with us. I'm talking about way up there. I'm not talking about the underlings, okay? To chat about the next steps with them. We don't have specifics of a revenue shortfall. We won't have that till later this fall. We're only 7 months into the year, but it could be 6, 7, or even $800,000. Why am I not freaked out by that? A couple of reasons, plenty of reasons. Again, it could be much, much less because of these strategies, but we've had a lot of stuff out there regarding our finances. We planned for this day. When NABJ brought me in almost 8 years ago, we were in serious financial problems, serious. But because we planned for this day, we are in the best financial shape in the history of the organization. Let me say that again. We're in the best financial shape in the history of the organization because we plan for economic headwinds, whether it would come via pandemic, and I would say years ago, even anti-DEI headwinds. Okay? So I'm not freaked out, and I'll tell you more about that during the opening ceremony, but right now, here's the headline. We have $5 million in what we call our rainy day fund that we started, okay, when I came aboard, rainy day investment fund that's drawing interest. You would call it a savings account, but it's an investment account. And we have another almost that we can liquidate. And we have another almost $2 million in what we would call kind of a checking account, that kind of thing. No matter our shortfall of what we budgeted for revenue this year, the good news is that we probably won't even have to touch that $5 million. Yeah, I'm happy about that. We planned for a down economy and an event like that, like the DEI funding. Not many organizations can say that, because if you were on the other end of the phone, as these organizations call me, and I'm not exaggerating, some of them are in tears, almost in tears, and practically begging. I help where I can, but if you haven't already done what we've done, plan for a crisis like that, it'll take you a little while to recover. We haven't had to cut programming or any of that stuff, okay? Now, we have made some major cuts, and I'll get back to that in a minute, but nothing that's going to impact our members. And I'm extremely excited and proud of that. Now, I know that makes some people it busts the bubble for some people who want bad news and would love to run with that, but I'm sorry, there's no bad news. Okay, we've got it, and we don't have to touch the almost 5 million in savings. People have problems with that. Now, I have been very intentional about not releasing these figures early. Intentional. Yeah, I did it. You know why? Have you heard about I'm sure you have, the quarterly analyst calls on Wall Street? Companies where they release the figures about, okay, this is what's going to happen this quarter, or we're down, we're up, or we're having trouble here. Okay. Companies do that because they don't want to just throw numbers out there and let people run with them and make up stuff. Okay, because there's no context. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that in the board meeting, opening ceremony, business meeting, I want to make sure that we have context to any shortages. Because if they'll throw out there, oh, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 in the red. No, we're not. Okay. We're not even touching the savings. It's shorter. It is short. It's less than we wanted, what we wanted, what we budgeted for. But we're not in trouble, and it's not impacting our programming at all. Okay. So that's the context of all of this. So when they try to make it up, oh gosh, oh no, please, okay, take that somewhere else because we're in great shape. Now, bottom line is I have to say this: God is good to us. We are so far from being in a financial crisis. It's a shame. That's not what the enemies want to hear. So that said, that said, is this the time for any questions, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Okay.
Questions?
All right. Any questions? Bring it on. I'm ready.
So with attendance, where does this fall from our top conventions like Miami and Chicago?
Okay. Oh, Chicago is off. That's through the roof. Okay. That's number one. I think this fits right under Birmingham. Birmingham was 3, but there's a lot in between there. So I can't tell you just yet, but it's below Birmingham, and Birmingham was the largest.
And
Was I'm sorry,
New
the
Orleans.
third largest.
New Orleans as well. New Orleans was at
Well, we
32.
went to New Orleans a couple of times,
Mhm.
and it outperforms New Orleans, and but that was some years ago. But most recently, I think it's probably around parity. I don't have that in front of me, but I'm not. I can tell you this: I'm not freaked out about it. But we are. I what really bothers me. This is the time that people really need it because of the layoffs and things like that. And we've had some, we've helped some people come and things like that. We've done what we can. Mr. President Lemon has set up, hardship funds and things like that. And we've done what we can to help people get here. I can tell you that people, even locally and others say, I really need to come in here to, and so we accommodate where we can, but but people pay to do this. And so we just can't give it all away. So I to answer your question, I can't get any more specific than that, Walter. Yes, Ms. Brooks.
And for the forum, for the business meeting, and you're saying that we could have approximately 3,000.
We could, yes. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah.
But that whole number is, so we get to determine what that for the business.
Yeah, because people continue to register, you're not going to know that till right before the business meeting. Right before the business meeting, because people keep coming. Okay, so right before the business meeting is when we'll know. You will not have that. We will have it right before the business meeting. Yeah, we'll have it. Thank you. That's a good question. Absolutely good question. Very valid. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lee. Oh, I don't have that in front of me. As far as how many registrations, I don't know what. Tell me more. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Revenue, detail about how much projected revenues, projected expenses, or registration goals
Mhm.
to that are 60 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So can you find the minutes? So it's sort of that. I think it's not on minutes only, and if it's bigger and much more detail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. We appreciate that and we'll try to do better. Thank you very much. What will happen is, okay, thank you. What will happen is that, as you know, Veronique Dotson, our long-term incredible staffer, she keeps a little chart there. And when we meet the quorum and all of that, she lets us know. And so she'll have those numbers. She'll have those numbers. Absolutely. We can do that. That's not a problem whatsoever. You're very welcome. Thank you. Any more questions?
Don't forget to
Don't
speak
be,
to the
don't be
mic,
shy.
people on Zoom.
Yeah.
So any questions?
Okay. All right,
If none,
Mr. President.
yes, if none, and this is where it gets tricky because we got a few people who plan to be here but cannot be here at this moment. And I think at this point, we go to our 50th anniversary. Yep, be ready.
Good morning
Morning.
again. Just 1 second. As soon as I figure out where that is. Well. Sorry, I'm trying to find my notes here. All right, just a few highlights, and then I'm going to ask founder Sandra Dawson Long Weaver. Did I get all the names this time? Amen. I've been practicing that. I don't want to leave out any names. First of all, we are super excited to be chairing and co-chairing this wonderful celebration for the 50th anniversary. We've done a few things throughout the year. We had a great webinar in a conjunction with Pointer Institute that talked about the 50 years of NABJ as well as the 50 years of Pointer, where we both came from and where we're both headed, not just as organizations, but really in journalism. So we were super excited to have that event a couple of months ago. One of the highlights, and I'll just talk briefly about this, one of the highlights of this celebration has been the documentary Beyond the Headlines. And many of you may have already had a chance to see it. If you have not had a chance to see it, you will on Thursday, and there will be an encore presentation Saturday after the meeting as well. But we're so proud of this documentary. Beyond the Headlines, the NAB Journey has received 2 major awards so far. Best documentary from the 2025 Virginia Black Film Festival and the Henry Hampton Award for Excellence in Documentary Filmmaking at the 2025 Roxbury International Film Festival. The film is amazing. It's put together, directed by James Franklin Blue III. And he himself has won, nominated for major awards as well for this film festival. We've been showing the film throughout the country. So some of the past screenings include the San Francisco Film Festival, the Roxbury International Film Festival, the Charlotte Black Film Festival, and then some that are coming up include the Detroit Black Film Festival, XL Fest, Oakland International Film Festival, the Sidewalk Film Festival in Birmingham. And thanks to the Birmingham team who's putting together a great program for that. That comes up in a few weeks. In fact, that'll be a busy, busy weekend, the 22nd, 23rd weekend, because we're in 3 different film festivals that same weekend, including Chicago as well. So we're super excited about all the things that are going to take place here. You'll notice when you walk around the convention center, there are moments of history throughout. There are screens that are playing historic video and pictures of NABJ. And the whole point of this is we want to honor the founders. We want to honor the people who started this organization. And we want to remember why the hell we here. Yeah, cussing gets your attention for a second, doesn't it? It drones on till somebody curses. We want to remember why we are here throughout all the craziness and all the fun, air quotes. We're journalists. We're Black journalists. We all have common things that we have to fight. Wouldn't it be easier to fight that together? Now, I don't want to quote soul food, but together we can strike a mighty blow. So let's celebrate. Yeah, I said it. Let's celebrate these 50 years. Let's celebrate what these founders have done. Imagine in 1975 going to a meeting like this with the hope of making a difference and the fear of not even keeping your job. Just think about that for a second. And all of that was done so that we could sit here right here. So I could drone on and on and on, but I'm not. I'm going to ask Founder to come up and say a few words and put a little cherry. I do this to her every time. And I love it because the face is always like, what? If you don't mind, if you would just stand up and say a few words about what we've been able to accomplish. One of the other things that, and thank you, Angela, for this idea, is to be able to give at all the sessions historical facts. Oh, thank you, Drew and Angela. I'm gonna give credit in the wrong place, but thank you because you helped facilitate it. I know we did talk about that. Is to give facts during all of the sessions about NABJ so people will know. I think we take for granted sometimes what our history is, and we have to keep reminding everybody why we're here and what we do. Founder.
All right, good morning again, everyone.
Good morning.
It has been a long year, more than a year. We started working, the committee almost 2 years ago, started working and planning what can we do for our 50th, recognizing that this is a huge milestone. We are here, and for me as a founder, and I'm looking at this room, we were in this small hotel room. And I remember sitting on the floor, and you'll hear me do this a number of times as we're going through. But I'm looking at the sign-in sheet. I'm number 8. Allison Davis is number 9. And somehow I passed that sheet to her. We don't remember that actually happening, but we know it happened because we all signed this sheet. I was on the floor. She said I was in a chair. I said, okay. But our room was much smaller than this. And when I look today and see there's a full board, it was just us coming together as a group at that point, trying to figure out, we want to have an association of Black journalists. What does that mean? Well, here's how we started. And it's, noted as an attendance sheet for that day. But so we've talked about that, talked about how we can commemorate all these different occasions. This time, I believe we have 18 founders who are actually attending this conference, which is the most we've had. And looking back, I think the 30th anniversary, we had 17 founders who were here. And a number of those founders have passed away even since then. There's a number of founders who went on to have different careers, who have not attended a convention in a number of years, and they will be here for the convention. So for me, it's also such a reunion to connect with people again, but also looking around and seeing faces of young people who, for us, this is like the second generation of young people coming into the organization and also bringing in other young people. Like I think Drew made a note about students who are here, and it is pretty amazing. And as founders, sometimes we're sitting around, especially in the evening, and you're sitting in the bar and watching people walk by, and I see, and we'll go, wow, look at all these young people who are now in the business. And, and what really feels good to us, a lot of times the young people will come up and say, thank you for starting this organization. Thank you for what you've done. And we really appreciate that, and we feel it. And I'm feeling it especially today. So, I'm really celebrating and happy to be here. It's 50 years later, which I can hardly believe. It's 50 years later that we're here. So that's my cherry on the top. It's 50 years. I'm still here, still celebrating, still able to do some work, and glad to be here with all of you.
Founder, do you mind, if you don't mind, during your presentation, one of the things that really struck me is when we were in that room in the breakfast last year in Chicago, and you guys began to talk about that first day, and then everything broke open. Sometimes just understanding that first meeting happened, understanding what happened that first meeting helps bring so much context, no matter what it is. Do you remember anything? And I know we have also Founder Davidson here as well. Do you have anything that you recall from that day that you want to share?
From that day, one of the things that I remember is us electing unanimously Chuck Stone as the very first president and voting for him because it was Chuck and Paul Brock, both of whom are no longer with us, but they had been exchanging letters for a while to try to pull us all together. But that election, it was just unanimous that we needed Chuck to be the very first president. And I also remember discussions about we're here, sign this sheet of paper, that sheet of paper being passed around and signing it and thinking about, okay, if I sign this, it could mean I might not have this job, but this is important. I'm going to do it. And there were more than 44 of us in the room. It was this, I'm telling you, it was a whole hotel room, and it was about 80 of us packed in that room. And some people made that decision. I can't sign if I lose my job. I have a family to support. Those were all things that were being discussed, and making that decision to sign that sheet of paper. But I just remember the room being crowded and sitting on the floor and like, wow, I'm here. Even then, I was in awe of some of the Black journalists. I knew their names. I knew Chuck by name. I met Les Payne. We actually shared a cab. We got off at the train station at the same time and found out we were headed to the same place and shared a cab. That's how I met Les Payne. I went to undergrad with Dwayne Wickham. So I knew Dwayne. I had met John White because he worked at the Washington Star, which is no longer around, but he was also a good friend of Dwayne and another friend of mine. So had met John White, but I was still in awe of people like Paul Delaney. It was an amazing moment then, and it's an amazing moment now to be here, reflect upon it, and to be able to celebrate these 50 years.
Thank you. Joe, if you want to share
Anything
anything?
else?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to ask Joe if he wanted to share something too.
I didn't see.
Yeah, he snuck in. He's
He
quiet.
was my first NABJ friend too, and we were in Philadelphia together. It's because this is, so we've known each other more than 50 years.
I just wanted to say quickly that I was thinking about all of the things that we discussed, the purposes of NABJ when we were formulating our goals, such things as increasing the presence of Black journalists in the newsroom, developing closer relationships with the Black press, improving coverage of the Black press, including coverage of the Black community. I think all of those goals are still relevant today. And so I think that it's important for the organization to really continue pursuing the goals that we laid out at that initial meeting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, founders. And one last thing, there's a couple things. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. Thank y'all. A couple things. At the NABJ store this year, you can buy a commemorative NABJ 50th anniversary pin. I think they're about $10. Please, please, please pick one of these up. They're great. Thank you, Walter Smith Randolph, for helping put these together. Also, in the convention fair, I think it's booth 401. Booth 401 is where there's kind of a mini museum. You'll see some photos, some mementos from past NABJ conventions, some things from the founders. There's a lot of history in this organization, so I will encourage all of you to stop by booth 401. And on a personal note, I just want to say thank you to founder Sandra for being so great on the committee to celebrate this anniversary. She has been a godsend, and founder Allison Davison has been a godsend, and the entire committee. So on behalf of the whole committee, and it's about 10 or 12 of us, I think, who started once a month, and it was like every 2 weeks, and it was every week. Sometimes it was a couple times a week meeting. So thank you all very much for all of the hard work that you poured into it. And I appreciate that very much. That's it.
Thank you. All right. Any questions on the 50th anniversary report? Seeing none, you're going to hear throughout our reports some talk about advocacy, but I decided also that this is a great time for us to go into some specific advocacy that we've engaged in with our VPs. So we have an advocacy report in now of advocacy updates, beginning with VP Coleman.
Actually, before we go to advocacy,
Microphone.
sorry,
Mhm.
apologies. Can you guys hear me? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Because Ron knocked it with his big old head. I
Yeah.
thought we knocked it off frequency. Apologies. Before we get into advocacy, I wanted to move to go into an executive session for a personnel issue.
Second.
It's been probably moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Seeing none, the board will go into executive session. Please excuse us for a moment while we do that. Whoever's controlling, you can move us into executive session. That means folks, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We'll let you know when we return from executive session. Do. The stream is back, and so we're going to resume. At the point that we were going to resume, we're looking at our advocacy, but our elections board chairperson is here. And so we will have, what's that? Yes, we did. We're back out of, so our elections board chairperson, Lynn Norman, with our elections report. You are up. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Take the podium. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't know if it's still morning or afternoon, but hello, everybody.
Hello.
I am Lynn Normett, and I was blessed to be the NABJ 2025 Election Committee Chair. And I do mean blessed, for I have grown during this period at a point when I thought my growth was done. But I guess we're never too old to grow. No. This election season has been far from dull, and I think you here in this room will agree with that. It's been very contentious, very eventful, at some points a bit stressful. And this may be in part because we had more candidates than usual, more candidates than I can recall, and I've been around NABJ for a long, long time. We have 16 candidates, and 2 of these offices have no opponents, as you can see. So we have most of the offices up for re-election. The candidates do have opponents, but the good thing is that I am happy, the committee is happy to see that so many people are vying to serve NABJ, our beloved organization. This is a stark contrast to those times when NABJ was literally having to, let's say, encourage, I won't use the word beg, people to run for office. I'm happy our members are interested in our organization and in serving our organization. As soon as the election kicked off, we had a candidate that went against the election rules and used the tag at NABJ family, say that in quotes, in a post. We asked that candidate to remove the reference to NABJ. He protested and didn't remove it. We sent a second violation of rules notice. He eventually removed it, but was the kickoff for us. From the beginning, we have also had problems with chapters inviting some candidates to speak to their membership, but failing to invite the opponents. Early on, one chapter president called me very upset, saying she didn't realize that she should have invited the opponents. She was concerned and wanted to correct the situation, and she did. So that was a positive, for she wanted to take positive action and correct the mistake she had made. But then this issue came up again and again and again. And we sent out an advisory to all chapters and task force leaders. And the problem seemed to have gotten worse as candidates called or sent notes to the election committee complaining that they were not invited to forums. Every chapter that we heard that this was an issue, we touch base. Most times I personally touch base with the presidents, and sometimes they argued that what they hosted was not a forum, but they simply invited candidates who had reached out to them to speak to their membership. So it became a question of whether the presidents actually read our note, the committee's advisory, or maybe they read it and chose to ignore it, but that did not delay us or divert us from our mission to make the election fair for everyone. We even received a complaint that one of the candidates was encouraging chapter presidents not to invite opposing candidates. We replied that the committee had no proof that that was actually true. And at some point, we started getting calls and notes about whether academic members could vote. It seems a note was circulating that said, quote, academic members can vote now, or now can vote for all candidates, or something like that. But it was creating a lot of confusion. So we heard from a lot of candidates asking if we could, clarify that situation, and we did. But in fact, academic members who had for 5 years been a professional journalist, they had been voting for years. So this was totally unnecessary, but we dealt with that too. And I'm not going to tell you about all the little issues, but just to give you a feel for how things went with the election committee. In the meantime, the July 2nd and July 9th online forums went very well. Each one featured 7 candidates because we had so many, and lasted 90 minutes. And we had, as for the July 2nd forum, we had Tyler Clifford, from the younger generation, who works for Bloomberg in the DC area and is a member of the NABJ Finance Committee. He did a great job. And for the July 9th forum, we had the moderator, former NABJ President Candace Presley. And there was no doubt that she would, and she did, an incredible job. And we got lots of positive feedback about those 2 forums. Now, for the on-site forum on Thursday, August 7th, from 2 p.m. to 4, we have 2 moderators. This time, all 16 candidates will participate, and we're trying to do that within a 2-hour period. We wanted someone from Cleveland, and our parliamentarian, Sia New Yorker, recommended Helen Maynard, who has a storied background in broadcast journalism here in Cleveland. And we asked the youngster, Tyler Clifford, to join us again. Just so you won't be shocked, please know that the room where the forum is being held is small, and the stage only holds 6 people at a time. It is a challenging situation, but we have it worked out. And we have notified the candidates and other people who need to know this at this point about the setup and the logistics. I want you to know that I am fortunate to have a great committee that has been working with me from the beginning. The members have showed up for weekly meetings and truly contributed to our issues and solutions for those issues. The election committee members are Coricia New Yorker, the NABJ parliamentarian, Kayla Solomon, a smart and spunky TV reporter in Memphis who is up and rising up and moving even further ahead. We also have Greg Morrison, broadcast professional in Atlanta and former NABJ board member. We have Jerry McCormick, a media expert who works for a college in California. And we have Gail Walker, who was parliamentarian for NABJ Chicago for 10 or 11 years, for a long time. Even when I was there, she was parliamentarian. But Gail is an expert when it comes to rules, procedures, protocol, diplomacy. And this time in particular, her skills, her talent have aided us tremendously. And of course, we have Veronique Dodson, our liaison with the NABJ office. As we all know, Veronique is incredible. Matter of fact, she's doing something for the committee right now. She's probably already pushed the button. So we have a great team, and it's been my pleasure to serve. I don't know if anyone has any questions or that you have for me, but I'm here.
1, 2, 3. 2 questions. First, the results will come out Friday. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
The results of the
Yes,
election.
the results will be announced at 5:30 Friday in the press room, which is the same location of the forum. And that is room 14, Press Center, Huntington Convention Center.
And
That
just
will be
a,
at 5:30
Okay.
on Friday. Okay.
and then just a suggestion, if I may. With so many candidates and so many people interested, as you mentioned, may I suggest a bigger room for Thursday's forum? It just sounds like to be in a tight space, to have only 6
Okay,
people.
what are you suggesting? I'm sorry.
Venue for Thursday's forum, because you said
A bigger venue.
it just sounds like it might be a good idea to increase the space, having more than just 6 candidates on the stage. I think you mentioned it might be a little tight. That's all.
Okay, I can refer that question to Ms. Angela. Did you hear the question? Yes.
Look at, because I get the flow, I don't think you're having all of the candidates up at once. Right. I think she's on a race here and there.
Yes.
Just talk about that and I have to get the flow.
Mm-hmm.
For program-
They will come. Mm-hmm. We have divided the, okay. Okay, so is the answer that we cannot get a larger room?
They absolutely not. We'll have to see.
Okay.
But as soon as we see the flow, I don't think you're having all of the candidates up there.
No, we are not.
You're having this race.
No.
And they come down, this race, and they come down.
Mm-hmm.
We just talked about that.
Yeah. And we have notified the candidates and the moderators. We've sent them extensive information indicating how the flow will go. We have the candidates divided into 5 groups. And they will come on, go off, the other group will come on, go off, and we have timed it out. Everything can work out beautifully if the candidates just keep things flowing. Okay, so we have worked hard to make this work. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, did you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm Lisa Armstrong, the academic rep. You said the academic
members have been voting for several years, but when I was working on this in June, the email that I got when I inquired about this was that several past presidents and former Constitution Committee members said that academic members have never voted in NABJ elections. And Veronique Dodson said that there was no record of academic members voting in the 49-year history. So I'm just curious to know where the information came from, because I'm going to talk about this later, but I wanted to I wanted to know where you got the information that academic members have been voting for several years, because we have not been receiving ballots. And as I said, when I started looking into this, what I was told was that several past presidents and former Constitution Committee members said that academic members have never voted in NABJ elections. And Veronique Dodson said there is no record of academic members voting in the 49-year history. So I'm just curious to know where you got your it is in the Constitution, but we were not receiving ballots to vote. So I'm going to talk about this more, but I wanted to know where you got the information saying that we've been, but we have not, we have not been voting for, yes. Yeah, and I mean, we've been voting for academic, we could vote for academic reps, but we have not been able to exercise the right to vote as outlined in the Constitution, which is how I came to look into this. I'm going to talk about it more, but I just wanted to clarify.
You say haven't.
Yeah, so I just, nice to meet you too.
Clarify.
We have been able to vote for academic reps, but we have not been able to vote as outlined in the Constitution. And as I said, I'm gonna talk more about what exactly happened, why I looked into this, why there was an email that was sent out to academic reps saying that we could now vote for all board positions other than like students. But yeah, I don't know where that information came from, but I wanted to Sure.
Robert Washington, former parliamentarian.
Amongst a small number of grandfathered people who voted back when and were protected their right to vote in perpetuity. So many of those people went on to academia. That makes a lot of sense, right? That's likely where you're getting it from. But that by virtue of being an academic member, no, you do not get full membership voting privileges.
No, we actually do. And as I said, I'm going to talk about this later, but I just wanted to clarify so that it isn't that the record shows that we have not been able to vote. I was a professional member. I switched over to being an academic member. And once I did that, I was no longer getting a ballot to vote for all board positions. So I'll go into this later on, but I just wanted to clarify that I wanted to ask where you got your information from, but then also clarify what I was told. Yeah, I wish someone had talked to me. It's like, yeah.
Some kind of reason on this.
Yeah.
But I just went to the Constitution. I read over everything that was available to me about NABJ and the election, and that is what I found.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
But
you.
obviously, this needs to be clarified as you.
Yes, yes, yeah. Thank you.
I have a question. Lynn, can you hear me? Lynn, over here.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yes, now, yes.
Okay. I was just gonna second up from what Robin said about the confusion. It's that 5-year grandfathered in. I think that's where everything started happening and people got confused about it. But I had a question or a comment around the forum, and maybe Angela too. I understand there's a flow for the candidates, but this is the first time in years we've had this many contested offices. And we've got people in the audience, okay, about the stage and who's going to be up there, but there are going to be a lot of people in there this time and attending. And so we really need a bigger room for that. It's like sometimes when we were in a business meeting and it's in a time, we don't anymore, but we used to be in smaller rooms. And it's like, you have to anticipate who's going to be there too. So that's just my comment on that.
I don't know if this is for elections or parliament.
1 second.
Yeah, what?
Please, one more.
The audience can't hear your questions. We need to come to the podium, please.
Oh.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Okay.
Is- Even with the mic?
They need to use
No.
mic for your question, so that our audience, thank you.
We got Brittany over the side with.
Thank you, Rob.
Too much power up here. I don't know if this is for elections or the parliamentarian, but we have a constitutional question on this ballot. I haven't voted yet, so I haven't seen it, but I'm the sponsor of that question and I had never received any communication, as I understand it's supposed to be, back to me about, why I was sponsoring what I did, what I wrote or whatever. Regardless of me, I don't care. What sort of communication, or has there been any communication? I haven't seen any about the question. It's not an amendment, by the way. It's a clarification or replacing language that was there. And I have to stress, to prevail, it needs a 2/3 vote. So, if people don't know that, it's not likely to get that. And I will say, I didn't write it for nothing. So I consider it very important. And frankly, maybe I should be at the very crowded elections meeting or something to explain it. But I'm asking, what sort of effort has and can be done for it.
Thank you. Normally, the election committee does not deal with the those kinds of issues. And I assumed it was sent out to the membership. And if you'd had any concern, it would have been great if you had contacted me earlier. That's really all I can say.
Madam
I
President.
know that there is an amendment.
Madam Chair, it's,
Yes.
the constitutional amendment is on the ballot. It is on the ballot, yeah,
Yes.
and there were e-blasts sent about it.
Okay.
There were. There were.
Okay.
Steve?
I've gotten a question from a task force asking if they can use their social media accounts this week to promote the election and encourage people to vote, not to promote a candidate, just to encourage people to vote. Okay. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I was traveling, I would missed it, so.
If you can answer at the podium so people at home. Yeah,
Yes.
all right.
Yes, another group, I think the Council of Presidents asked the same thing, and we told them, yes, if you're not promoting a candidate and you just want to encourage people to vote, then that's fine.
All right.
Are you all still gonna do that?
Oh,
I'll let the task force know.
yes.
Okay, okay,
All right.
okay, if
Madam
that's
Chair?
all,
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, it's
That's
usually
about it.
Walter.
Usually Walter. Brittany, can you assist Brittany?
Where is,
She's right back here.
okay. Do I need to log on to the Zoom so I can see what it is?
She's got it back there.
Brittany?
Just that was the
We're
only.
checking the questions on.
So the only question that we had on Zoom was referencing the amendment. So I think that has been addressed.
Answered.
That was it.
There's a,
There's a hand raised now.
Yeah, they need to enter their question in Q and A. You have to enter your question in Q and A. So if you're joining us at home, if you're joining us virtually, you need to enter your question in the Q and A. In the chat. Yeah, and someone virtually is trying to ask a question by raising their hand, they need to enter that into the chat or the Q and A. All right. No, this is separate.
It's hard for me to hear. Okay, if the question is about,
Hold on. I'm thinking, I'm checking real quick to see if we actually have a question entered. Rod?
At this point, no. Vanessa Williams has the answer about academic members being able to vote and wants to be unmuted to answer that question.
If she can answer in the chat, then we can do that. Just if you can answer in the chat or in the question Q&A section, we'll make sure that answer gets levied up. Any other questions? If we have no other question,
There is one more, Mr. President.
one more question. Last question.
Brittany will ask that, we'll read it right now.
Yes.
Lynn, the media-related members were approached by candidates individually, so we requested you give us a meet the candidates. We never got a response. Why?
Okay, so Madam Chair, what we will do is we'll take down the information of that individual and we'll allow you to contact them separately. All right? All right. Thank you. All right, thank you. So we have our program chairs available. Yes, ma'am. She has an answer. She had an answer to the question, and we asked her to enter the answer into the Q&A, and we'll read that answer later. Yeah. Mhm. Yes.
Just those last couple of comments and questions were online. Those were the online ones.
Yes. They are on the record.
Oh, yes.
They are.
Yeah. Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. How you doing? And
I'm
thank you guys for coming back as program committee chairs, and thank you for working diligently at that process for us.
Thank you. Fourth time's a charm. I'm Tia Mitchell, Washington Bureau Chief, Atlanta Journal-Constitution.
And I am Glenn E. Rice. I'm the Politics and Investigations Editor at the Kansas City Star. That's my regional director right there.
And everybody has a copy of our report, so we're not gonna read through it. We're gonna hit the highlights. Of course, we want to thank the NABJ Board, President Lemon, all the staff, particularly Vanessa and Angela who work with us, but also folks like Kanya and Nate. We also want to make sure that we read into the record the members of our programming committee who helped us evaluate proposals and worked really hard. A. Sherrod Blakely, Gary Estwick, Louis Duguid, Don Blunt, Sharice Gibson, Raisa Habersham, and Corey Antonio Rose. So we really appreciate them and their hard work.
Yes, so as always, the Convention Program Committee kind of curated, we try to get a very diverse and dynamic slate of workshops. We, again, made a concerted effort to identify and communicate with our task force, individual members, as well as chapter presidents to solicit their ideas for workshop proposals, in which we were very happy that we were able to do that. And we got some positive results from that. For this year's convention, the committee reviewed about 144 workshop proposals. I think we're gonna, as director, Drew Barry had mentioned, we have about 135 this year's slate. Obviously, that's a slight departure from previous years, but we carefully examined each of those sessions to ensure that they were relevant. We based them on originality as well as potential impact, and and those who earned the high scores were placed on a tablet or table in which we plotted those out based on the final grading scale and so forth. So you want to?
Yeah. I'm gonna skip. Oh, also, when I was acknowledging people, I did not say Drew. I don't want anybody to think that was shade. Thank you, Drew, as well. So I just don't want no problems. I know people are watching. I'm going to skip to the recommendations. So every year we make recommendations and then we've come back and reflected on the recommendations we made previously. So our 2024 recommendations, one of the things that we were adamant about is the site visit. We were invited on the site visit this year, but there were some financial restraints and just timing restraints. So neither Glenn or I was able to come, but we do appreciate being invited this year and want to make sure that keeps going because we do think it's helpful for the program chairs to see the venue so that they plot and make plans, they know what they're talking about. Pooled sessions continue to be a big thing, because we've done better, and Vanessa and Angela were really great this year about telling us these are the sessions that were pulled for either Innovation Bubble, Leadership Academy, or as potential sponsor sessions, but then following back with us to say, okay, they were pulled, but now they're no longer, the Innovation Bubble doesn't need this session, kicking it back to us. Because we found in the past that sessions proposals can fall between the cracks if they get pulled and not accepted, but then not kicked back to the program team. So we worked harder on that and we think that was better this year, but we do need to continue to streamline the process. What I did find this year is that Glenn and I, for example, we saw that there weren't a lot of session proposals specifically about politics. We know our members are very involved in covering politics. So Glenn and I proactively came up with some sessions about politics, the Trump administration in particular, because we saw that was a gap. But there were sponsored sessions that filled in the gaps that we didn't necessarily know about, right? So there are way more politics sessions than we knew about because there are so many different silos. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but that's just something as program chairs we run into when we're trying to make sure that the sessions are comprehensive, but other people are working on sessions as well in a different silo. I'm seeing if there's anything. Oh, the training, we wish we had more session proposals this year. It wasn't down a significant amount, but we ended up scheduling 135 of 144, which means very few session proposals didn't make the cut. We'd like to be a little bit more selective, which means we need more material to work with. And that means we've got to do better on the front end about getting people not just interested in submitting proposals, but making sure we explain the process and that they know what they need to do. We did not do a live training this year. I think we need to every year do something live because it's just different than saying, watch this video from last year. So that's a follow-up. And then lastly, we did try to divide the evaluation committee. So Sherrod, we tried to give him all the sports stuff to evaluate. That's not an exact science because, things interrelate. Sessions may be sports, but they also might be about editing or reporting. But trying to divide up the sessions by topic so that the same person is evaluating them, I think helps us make sure we're evaluating the sessions fairly. So Glenn, you can finish up.
Yeah. Yeah. And so one thing we were planning to do was to do a handbook on how to put together the convention and so forth, kind of best practices, things that have been passed on through previous programming co-chairs and so forth, trying to look ahead. And one of the things we did this year was to engage 2 members from the committee to serve as like our backup. They were involved in the planning process so they can take over when we step away. This is our 4th and final year.
No.
So one thing we did do, and so task force chairs and chapter presidents should be engaged more ahead into the opening of the portal to encourage them and their members to submit workshop session and ideas. As Tia mentioned, we particularly went out to individuals to say, hey, can you submit some workshop ideas? And one thing we try to be more sensitive towards that because we know there are subject matter experts out there that could benefit and has information that could benefit our membership as well too. So I think that's it. Is that it? At this time, we'll entertain any questions.
Questions from the floor?
Program and all of that, that is part of, the strategic plan committee as we're pulling together that plan.
That can be. That'll be helpful. And I think what they want to do is immediately be able to hand over best practices to the people who are going to start in their stead. Yes. It can be. It can be.
And
Yes.
that would involve timelines and benchmarks, suspense dates, action items, and so forth.
And Mm.
And those before, and all of that protocol for those processes and best practices.
Mhm.
Can't find them anymore. So can they be consolidated in that long-term plan, and this is only part of it.
Yes, yes, yes. And thank you for working on that. Yeah, was there another question? Yes.
All righty, good afternoon. So Gregory Lee, former NABJ president, and I'm going to say all these things in context to want me to ask. So as a person who founded and created the Young Black Journalist Listserv Task Force Emerging Journalist Award, seed chair for 5 years, revitalized the Sports Task Force into what it is today, 20 years, we're celebrating our Sports Task Force Jam, NABJ president. So I was asked by a member to join a panel on Friday to discuss with the former presidents about the past, present, and future of the organization. So I said yes, and I got accepted. Then I received a note saying that I've been taken off. On yesterday, I was asked after 2 people dropped out again by that same person. And that person said to me, I'm under review. A couple hours later, I was rejected again. So I'd like to know who made that decision. Thank you.
I made the decision, Greg, and I will not get into it in this session. Thank you very much.
And I do want to make note that there's we were responsible for the workshops and sessions that were submitted by our members. So things that are plenary sessions, so we didn't necessarily have a role in that. So just want to clarify that.
I made that. Yeah, well then if you know the answer, why don't you get up there and ask?
We are.
The answer is no, and I will not
Is
go
there
into it.
is there another question?
I don't know if there's anything.
Do we have a question in the chat, Brittany? Okay, seeing none. I want to thank you guys for doing a wonderful job. I will tell you, I've been a member of this board for a long time. And oftentimes when we get out of, or at the end of the convention, you get people saying with a lot of complaints, the reason why you guys have been here as long as you have is because coming out of Birmingham was a phenomenal job. No complaints from individuals. You guys have done an outstanding job. You've done what I've asked about making sure that we have a succession plan in place. I do not want to see you go, but I understand you can't stay here forever. And we need to have people who know what you know and ready to step in. And I appreciate you guys doing that. Thank you for the service and also documenting. I know our treasurer, Jasmine Stiles, would be pleased to know that you are putting into place a guidebook that acts as standing operating procedure for best practices. Yes. Yes, I just asked Brittany to check that. I did. She said no questions. Yeah, she did.
I have one, nothing about that, Mr. President. I've got something totally different that I want to say to them.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, I echo what he said. Y'all do an outstanding job. I mean, it's incredible. Well, one of the things that the national office noticed is that there are a couple of strategies. There are a couple of strategies that some of the companies are using to get their free sessions. Now, y'all know we charge $30,000 per session. That's a huge revenue generator for us. So what some companies have started doing is they will bombard you with like 10 or 15 sessions with all their people on it. Okay. And the rule is you just can't have, now, unless you're paying for it, you just can't have everybody on your company on there. You got to mix it up. And we've been very good at flagging those and letting people know, okay, here's another one. I mean, every year, and it's gotten even more intense. And I won't even name the company that's the king or queen of that, but we have, those are the things that even before it gets to them, we have to go through this stuff and say, okay, that's a sponsored session. Now, this is a good session, but you have to have other people on there. It just can't be you unless you want to pay $30,000. So that strategy, I'll be gone, but please be sure you look at that because it's a strategy and it will, and if they're successful with it, you're throwing away hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's what I want to say.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Yes.
Just
Was there a statement?
separate. I just wanted to say separate, kind of on that note, one thing that I want to make sure we articulate is Glenn and I in our committee, working with NABJ staff, is very intentional, not just about the diversity of the subject matter, but the diversity of the panelists.
Yep.
Is it all men? Is it all women? Is it all broadcast? Is it all print? So these are very specific conversations that happen with every single session. Again, and we're only over 135, but that's 135. So I just want to make sure we put that out there that like there are a lot of things that go into it that you might not see the final product, all those conversations that happen and how specifically we're looking at the makeup of the, not just what is going to be said, but even down to the title. And do we think the title is going to serve its purpose and help people understand what the session's about? So so please be patient with the future programming chairs, but we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to be advisors and mentors because there is a lot of thought that goes into the programming sessions.
And I've been a member for this organization for 37 years. And I have served on various capacities on a local, regional director, treasurer, next chair, and I'd like to give some kudos and some flowers to my co-chair, Ms. Tia Mitchell, because of what she's taught me, what she's brought in, just a level of not only commitment, but dedication, but innovative ideas, strategies, and so forth. And just being able to be there, to be in the cut, and to, when we needed panelists, she was always there. She had somebody quickly in mind. I'm old, so a lot of people I know are white hairs like me. But she brought in a lot of new, bright ideas and so forth. She was very sensitive towards the needs of our constituents, the various constituencies we have within NABJ, and I thank you so much for your patience with me, for just bringing a lot of energy, a lot of great ideas, a lot of commitment to this task. We know it's not been easy. We got on staff's nerve a lot. We thank you for your patience. We thank you for everything. And lastly, I'd like to say, I'd like to thank the board for your work. It's not easy being in those seats. You volunteer your time, you away from family, away from your job. In many cases, you jeopardize your job. But we thank you for what you've done and what you continue to do, building on the foundation of what our founders and people who came before us kind of put in motion. So we thank you for that. It does never go unnoticed. So please, during this week, I know it's stressful, I know it's tiring. Get some rest tonight. Drink plenty of water. Get some Gatorade, but thank you so much for your service, your commitment to our great organization. Thank you.
So hold on, don't go nowhere. I have said this before publicly, and I'll say it again. Tia Mitchell is a boss. She is a boss. Both of you guys have done phenomenal work in this position. I mean, just outstanding. It is a pleasure working with you. It's a pleasure having those chats with you guys after we're done. And I know that when we hand stuff over to you, you guys are going to do outstanding work. I appreciate it greatly. I want to give go ahead and give that round of applause, but I just want to say we will be fortunate. We will be fortunate if the people you selected to choose to follow you is as well at their job as you are. Thank you. All right. So the amended part of the agenda is almost over. We're about 5 minutes away. I do want to make sure that everybody knows that Russ Mitchell has joined us, our co-chair for the convention. We'll be hearing from him shortly, but he's a quiet person in the back of the room, looking dapper as always. And we'll hear from him shortly when his co-chair arrives, and she tells me she is parking and just getting here soon. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and go into our advocacy updates. I will fill in VP Smith Randolph's report on this, and we'll begin with VP Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, NABJ.
Hello.
I actually, it's listed on the advocacy updates for me to provide a couple of updates regarding two entities. However, there have been other advocacy visits, which will be detailed in my report. Let me set my timer. First up, again, reporting on the Wall Street Journal, we actually started discovery meetings when we had several concerns brought forth from the Wall Street Journal and persons there, persons leaving, and several different reports. And so we started those discovery meetings back in December 2024. And we actually held additional discovery meetings in early January. We actually met with the editor-in-chief and other top members of her team. We met with Emma Tucker on January 15th, and also had a follow-up meeting with her and her team in February. And by April, we were discussing programming, because they actually, during those meetings, developed a plan to support and invest in NABJ. And so they came forth with some dollars to hold a half-day session that they'll be doing during the convention. And I also was able to negotiate some opportunities for internships, to be exact, to be guaranteed to NABJ members, NABJ student members. And so really just kind of having some good conversations, good dialogue that yielded some results for our organization. Next up was the Washington Post advocacy visits. We met in July with Founder Davidson, first off about his departure, his voluntary departure, and basically started doing deep dives and discoveries of several departures, recent departures of editors and other top level people of color, Black people, and immediately reached out to the executive team at the Washington Post, Matt Murray, who is the executive editor. They have several people who will be in attendance at the convention. And so the proposal and what I kicked back was that we'll be meeting post-convention, because it will provide an update on their efforts at the convention. I'd love for them to come with numbers and data and facts on their efforts at the convention, meaning hiring, recruitment, and for them to be able to kind of provide a great assessment of that when we do meet. And so we'll be meeting with them post-convention to have an accurate assessment of their recruitment and hiring efforts. In their correspondence, he did express a commitment to fostering diversity around the Post, and also a concern as well. There's also an internship program for students of color that they have developed as well. So those are my updates for those two entities that are listed on our agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam VP. VP Vera.
Can everybody hear me clearly? All right, so this is something that's been happening technically since January. One could argue since April. It's been in emails, and then it finally, we finally took action on it. So on July 1st, we, as in myself, President Kim Lemon, and the A&E Task Force Chair, Venton Blandon, and Co-Chair Katia Woods met virtually with NBC Universal leadership to discuss accessibility issues. The meeting ended with everyone agreeing that communication between NBC Universal and the A&E task force reporters, specifically Katia Woods, can be better going forward. The meeting also resulted in us establishing key contacts for movie releases, junkets, and requests for both. And lastly, Venton very smartly pitched on the record NBC Universal how to prepare for junkets panel at the NABJ 2026 convention in Atlanta, something we all agreed to discuss either later this year or early next year. And like I said, that's on the record in an email. with NBC Universal Leadership. So, I will leave it to the next liaison of the A&E task force, as well as Benton and Katia, to follow up on that.
VP Smith Randolph isn't here. He is also working on some convention-related items, so he cannot be here with us. I'm going to fill in for him on KTLA. And please, if you don't mind, Director Day, add in anything that you would like to assist. KTLA is an issue that came to us in April where the N-word popped up on their X handle. We began to engage directly with them, speaking with the general manager and the news director about the issues, working with them over time, making sure that we get a solution to the problem. In addition to that, also some changes to make sure nothing like that happens again. As a result of that, what happened is they discovered there was no IP address connected with that post. They did an extensive deep dive, went in, worked with X, tried to determine exactly how this stuff got up, and realized that during a 3-minute period for which this thing happened, no one accessed their account. And so this information went up without that. They says it has to be technology issue, a problem on the back end, or a hack. Remedies. This was the thing that we were most concerned about, and this is the thing that led to some changes also across the board for Nexstar. Change the password. Remove shared passwords from social media team. That means that no one in the social media team can just go in, pick up a password, and enter into an account. A manager has to approve anyone logging on to the X account. That two-factor authentication, that is no longer something that you can do on your own. That is something that a senior leader must act as an authenticator. So it's not a actual remote system. It is actually a senior leader who is a authenticator in this situation. VP Smith Randolph, I'm going over your advocacy update. All right. Block variations of offensive words, muted users who follow them but haven't confirmed their phone numbers. And so they're limiting access to people who can speak out or use that platform who aren't verified in some way, shape, or form. Anything to add?
No, I think you hit all the important points. Yeah.
I think it's also important to note along with that, that we acted in concert there along with the local chapter. Likewise, we acted along with the local chapter in DC in concerns over, and I think both of our VP Coleman and VP Smith Randolph were engaged in that with the Hill over concerns of a loss of a race and culture, a race and politics position, the potential, stepping in, trying to make sure that we preserve that position at the Hill, particularly in these times, along with leadership at the Washington Association of Black Journalists. That concludes that report. Any questions? Seeing none. Our two convention co-chairs are here. We'd love the opportunity to hear from both of you. If you would please take the mic. I greatly appreciate your time and patience of you guys being such a wonderful ambassador to the National Convention, our 50th anniversary convention, and for the city of Cleveland. Thank you so much. Shayna Black, Russ Mitchell.
Okay. You can go first.
You go ahead.
Good afternoon, NABJ, Board of Directors, and everyone online. Officially, we are so excited for you to be here and officially to say welcome to Cleveland. I've seen many of you all walking around, we're coming in on Sunday. I've heard it from industry friends. I'll be there Tuesday. Someone even screenshot me like, I booked my flight. So there's a lot of excitement growing. It looks like we've got some great weather, which is what Clevelanders love when the sun is shining and the lake looks great. And just such a great feeling and so much energy around this conference that we're just so glad you're here.
I echo that. We are tickled pink that you guys are here this week. It is a big deal for us to have the National Association of Black Journalists Convention here. And as Shana talked about the weather, it's like this 365 days a year in Cleveland. It's sunny and 80 degrees. I always like to tell people, I may not look like it now, but I'm an NABJ baby. Back in the day, in St. Louis, Missouri, some of my first involvement in journalism and with professionals in journalism was with the St. Louis chapter of the National Association of Black Journalists. I know they're up for chapter of the year, so hint, hint, I'll be rooting for them certainly. But throughout my career, I've always looked back on that and felt that that has boosted me along the way. So for me personally, it is gratifying. It is humbling. It is such an honor to have this convention in the town where I live now and to serve as a co-chair with Shayna. Again, you're gonna find, I think there's so much to do in Cleveland. If this is your first time here, I think you'll be surprised. We get a bad rap, you know. I hope by the time you leave here, you say, you know, Cleveland gets a bad rap and you cannot wait to come back. I also encourage you to look up this week at the Terminal Tower, which is kind of our version of the Statue of Liberty. No, the Empire State Building, Chrysler Building, Empire State Building. You can't miss it downtown. It will be lit in honor of the convention and the 50th anniversary of this wonderful organization and all our founders as well. So again, welcome to Cleveland. Thank you again, Mr. President, and all the crew for making us co-chairs. It's an honor for both of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for them? And let me tell you, I was really quite surprised and happy to have these co-chairs in place. Russ, I remember watching as a young journalist and just kind of admiring your work and having that North Star that I want to be this kind of TV reporter. And Shayna, the introduction from Sia, none of it was wrong. You are a phenomenal individual, a wonderful person. And I think I don't get no less than 2 texts sometimes a week from you, but, you know, reaching out and trying to understand how it is that you can help this convention be boss and help Cleveland shine out in this moment. Any questions from anybody for these 2 individuals? I thank you so much. I hope everything went well for you.
Thank you and welcome.
All right. In lieu of that, we'll now move on to our reports. I will tell you there are a couple of people who are no longer here on the board. Rod Carter had a close friend who passed, and he's going to the wake of that friend not far away. Sia, New Yorker, working with student projects, going over for now for auditions with them. I know Melanie just stepped out for a brief second, and she'll be back as well as Jasmine. We will begin. And we jokingly do this because sometimes some of us get a little long-winded and some other folks just kind of keep time for us. I see Eva going on. We'll begin with the president's report. Our advocacy meetings, those that you heard of already, notwithstanding, there are additional. At a meeting here during a March meeting with the Call and Post with 3 different television stations, having the opportunity to do the forward meeting where we talk to our folks in the area about NABJ, who NABJ is, the mission of NABJ, make sure they understand and make sure we build a connection within those areas and address issues as they come to us in those areas. So 3 television stations. In addition to that, Call and Post. Had an opportunity also to make a visit with WPVI in Philadelphia during a visit there. Spent some time talking with them. Part of Universal with VP Vera, and again, you heard part of a couple of things with the other 2 VPs as well. Attended local chapter meetings in virtually or in person in Kansas City, in Indianapolis, in Columbus, in Philadelphia, speaking at events in Philadelphia to celebrate their 50th anniversary, in Columbus most recently to celebrate a phenomenal event that they did there. And I don't know that they understand for a chapter that's only been around for a couple of years. They are punching above their weight in a very big way. We had an opportunity to meet myself, the executive director and VP Smith Randolph with the National Urban League about joining the Diversity Roundtable, continuation of what we're working on as far as fighting for Black journalists and finding partners in that realm of fighting for Black journalists. Let me stop 1 second, because did you get a chance to speak on diversity? Yes, ma'am. So advocacy, yes. You can do it? All right. My apologies to you on that. and Mark Morial. And part of that also includes something that you're going to hear from our academic rep who's been working hard with Legal Defense Fund, and she's going to cover that as well. And that is working with other individuals who can help us fight strong, fight back. That diversity roundtable key, and it is a complete understanding that while the Diversity Roundtable will do some things that journalists cannot participate in, but there is an active role or in participation that we're seeking along with that can do, and they're seeking along with us. Let me add to that they are more than excited about the potential to work with NABJ. I know there's been a lot of talk about people and not seeing, not meeting, not respecting. He was very excited about what it means to be able to work with us in this space. That is important for us to do. Working with the former VPs or the VPs here and former president, Kathy Times, in expanding the Leadership Academy. Right now, the service is the very top. Those individuals who are prepared to become general managers and publishers. This year, you're going to find out that there is another component built in for people who are early managers, people who are just getting into the manager ranks. That is a management training program. It is an opportunity for them to meet with the cohort who is at the very top right now, and then an opportunity for them to hopefully become that next cohort of what will be that management training program and build that rung that is going to help us take people from classroom to the C-suite by building that out and taking the next two steps down in emerging, and then in how we engage with collegiate members on the collegiate level. Charlotte Black Film Festival was the first festival to feature NABJ's Beyond the Headlines, part of a panel there that we put together both locally and with some other individuals from just outside of the area in Raleigh. A phenomenal showing. We had people walking away talking about, we never knew this story, we never knew this existed, and how impressed they were about the fact that journalists coalesced in this way. Really proud to see the story shared in that format, and happy to see this thing going around the country and making the rounds. In addition to that, on that very same day, we had a Council of Presidents meeting. And during that Council of Presidents meeting, had an opportunity to talk both about the Cleveland Convention that is coming up, how we were moving to and through that possibility for us, and able to talk to them about what it means to engage their local film festivals and make sure that we don't miss a beat or an opportunity to show Beyond the Headlines, because if we get enough positive reviews, that gives us the option to take it that next step and be able to show it on a broader audience on one of the streaming platforms, which is key. Thank you also to Allison Davis, who's working very diligently on that as well. Meeting with NABJ members about expanding NABJ Cares in the capacity that we're looking at as far as shrinking newsrooms. We cannot advocate our way out of shrinking newsrooms, right? We can't go in and yell at people because budgets are shrinking. But over time, what we did is we picked up information from individuals who are in executive ranks about what we can share and about how we can help people who may be facing a shrinking newsroom survive that shrinking newsroom. So we're looking at as a possibility of a resource center that will exist on a virtual platform at NABJ, our website or something of that sort, that will help provide a few things. Number one, that individual personal training so that people understand the skills that make them open to jobs outside of what they currently have. That is a certified learning opportunity as an understanding of job availability. And what we're trying to do is make sure that all of that coalesces and marries perfectly with what we already offer in NABJ and provide resources for our members. The thought was early on that NABJ Cares may be the best place that lives. We're open to the idea of expanding that beyond, because we know that buyout letters just went to every employee at Gannett just in the past couple of weeks. And there's a possibility of more places looking at making shrink changes. And I just talked with somebody last night who said they were at a Sinclair station and they went from about 20 employees in the newsroom to 5. That's what's happening. That's what's going on. And we need to be prepared as much as we possibly can to help our members through those processes. Madam VP, what are we looking at in time?
6:40.
6:40. 5 minutes. Is it 6:40? Are there any questions for the president? Yes, ma'am. Dr. Brooks.
Could someone pass her a mic so she could talk into
Yes.
I'm sorry.
So they can hear you at home.
So people.
Yeah.
Dr. Sheila Brooks, thank you guys for your service. It's always good to hear about the advocacy. That is really good to hear. But as an entrepreneur, longtime entrepreneur, as a former working journalist, data and metrics tell us measurements of performance. So my question to the board is, what have we learned from many of these print organizations we've been meeting with, broadcast organizations, in terms of how many Blacks are they hiring? How many are NABJ members? How many are being promoted to management positions? What's their stance on being involved in NABJ to increase the number of Blacks in their newsrooms? Where's the data and metrics and the follow-up on measuring what all of this work that you're doing and to see what the outcomes are?
And I can tell you, I'm really pleased, and Eva's report actually gave kind of a synopsis of that. And that is the opportunity to meet with Washington Post afterwards so we can understand what they got out of NABJ and if they're serious in that process. But a lot of these things are first steps, and they're followed up by 3 and 6 month meetings. Except in cases when we have like KTLA, where we know specifically why we walk in the door. And also the important key, the thing is, and Eva, I know you and I have done God knows how many of these things as regional director and deputy director, and then regional director and VP of broadcast. And that is, we do our work going into the process, right? I know a lot of people say, put out a bunch of releases, but we do our work going in, because we don't want to walk into the door trying to solve this problem and not know that this problem also exists. And so we go in, we talk with individuals, we seek out other people in the newsroom who can help us tell us exactly what's going on. And I think the Wall Street Journal is a perfect case study for that. They have increased their engagement financially with us in a way that they haven't before. I know at one point we talked last year, Mr. Executive Director, and said, why are we even wooing them? They never spend any money. And then all of a sudden, after we sit down with them, and they're spending money. And they took almost every piece of advice that we've given to them. But yes, ma'am, there is that component that's a follow-up to go back and see if things have changed. And for us, it was concerned not only for lack of representation at the bottom, but also at the top. And those things have to happen. We recognize it's not going to happen in 3 weeks, but what we want to see is movement. Thank you. And that's exactly what we're looking for. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks, for bringing that up. Excellent question. And especially now with the anti-DEI, at one point, I think Butler may have been done. We used to do a survey in the different cities. You're bringing back that up. So that may be a suggestion going forward, that we bring that back. The local chapters help us get the numbers of us at different stations. But I can tell you, the companies they really don't want to talk about that now, because they fear of becoming targets of the administration, and legally, period. And so that's something we really have to give some thought to. I really appreciate you bringing that up, because it's very serious. It's going to get worse. So thank you.
Okay. All right. If there are no other questions, we'll move on. I did take roughly 5 minutes. Yes, there's another question. Yes. And so we're going to make this a question about what's happening here, right?
Yes, this is a direct question about your report.
Yes.
So you mentioned the resource center, and working that with NABJ Cares. I just wondered if there has been funding allocated for that resource center, or for NABJ Cares, or any additional funding allocated towards these programs for exactly what you spoke to.
So NABJ Cares, in a general sense, has gone from when a situation happens to a year-round giving program. In looking at what we're doing right now, the first thing we need to understand is exactly how those resources fit, what those resources are, what is being offered, how it works with what NABJ does, and how we can pull that together. We begin that process, and I believe it was the VPs who met with us with the individual who's an NABJ member, and to begin those discussions. We all agree that there's opportunity for us to move forward with this, and then we're charting what that next step looks like, so there's a seamless fit that works into that process with us.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I should introduce myself.
So
I'm
if there's funding allocated, the first thing you need to understand is what the scope of the plan is before you can begin to build budget, right? And then that's the first thing you want to do. Understand the scope of the plan. After you got the scope of the plan, you begin to understand whether or not you need budget and then build budget. But at this point right now, what we're doing is understanding the scope of the plan and how we can best serve and help our members.
Okay,
That's
so
first. That's
to
first.
clarify, there has not been funding allocated.
To clarify, we don't have a scope of a plan. And again, that's like saying, go out and buy a house. Well, what house, at what neighborhood, at what point? You want a garage? You don't want a garage? You want a second story? You want a basement? You want a living room or a sunroom? Before you do that, the first thing you need to understand is exactly what it is your wants and needs are. And then you need to make sure at that point that it fits fits budget, or you allocate, or you find for that. You get monies for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Fine.
Is there another question? This started to feel like a candidates forum. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just a member.
Yeah. All right.
You know, the question about diversity, and I guess it's there's I see this from many different.
Can you introduce yourself, Delano?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I'm
people on the Zoom, that's why.
No. I'm Delano Massey. I'm managing editor of Axios,
Yes.
Axios Local. And so part of the reason I say that, I look at this from many different levels. If you don't know about Axios, it's in 34 markets over the past 3
You know, we're going to have to charge you for that advertisement, right? We have to charge you for that ad, isn't it? Where's our treasurer?
It doesn't benefit me. Now, and also this is actually why I'm here. I mean,
Yes.
if you know me, you know my reputation, then you also know that I'm an advocate of diversity.
Yes.
And fought to ensure that, you know, many of those positions over the last 3.5 years were actually filled by people that are reflective of the community that we serve.
Yes.
Same for CNN, the race and equality team, which was disbanded. And so this conversation that we're talking about, sometimes we talk about advocacy, which is typically reactionary, but what we really need to be talking about is how we are more proactive in this process.
Yes.
Including not just the skill set, but also the infrastructure that exists in the way that we actually deploy this by using the local chapters. I could talk about that all day, but the problem that we are actually getting like really behind on is that by the time like the decisions are made, even now we could roll out another 10 jobs. There isn't a conversation that is happening with the talent teams to actually say, these are the people that we have in the pipeline, and this is who you should be talking to. Most times it is Larry Graham, who is of the Diversity Pledge Institute, who is advocating for those positions. And every time we post, Larry is the person that is there. And just as somebody who has been watching this, what I would implore NABJ to do, especially as you're talking about this report, you should be doing that, because at the current now, in the next year or so, Axios is going to expand to another 100 markets.
Yeah.
Like, you need to be in those rooms and having those conversations and creating that pipeline far before they ever post a job. And it doesn't actually happen quite enough. And so I would just say, it's not really a question as much as it is, well, you can give a report, but you got to develop the relationships with some of these people, because Jim Vanderhei and Mike, they need to actually know why this actually matters.
Sure.
And there is no pipeline. When I look around, I am the only representation in the United States for local that looks like me, period. And so where is that pipeline to ensure that there are people, when I look around, not just in my newsroom, but throughout the entire industry, because I do that.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that the same was true at CNN. And so I do think from an infrastructure standpoint, the conversation that we need to be having, especially as we're heading into where things are going with this current administration, like it's great. I'm glad that you guys talked to Mark Muriel, but we actually have to leverage that strategy in a completely different way because this, what is happening right now, and also conversations with Onyx Impact, like we should be talking to them to ensure that NABJ is a part of their infrastructure and part of their lab. Because a lot of the things that have happened over the last several years, like none of this is new, it's very cyclical, and yet we are responding with some of the same actions and plans. And so, by all means, tap me. Not a question, more of a statement.
So, and thank you for that statement. And in the early portion of that advocacy that I talked about in my brand, that is also something that we employ. So when we go to these cities, what we try to do is not just be present to sit there and have meetings, but also to meet with these local companies. But that's an opportunity also for us to pick up the phone before we walk in the door and begin talking with people, not only our local chapter leaders, but people who are at these entities. So when we get that opportunity to sit down in that newsroom with the general manager and with that news director, we can have those very frank and candid conversations about what it is that we found and what it is we believe they can do better. And so that's the strategy that we employ when we do that. In addition, that's the strategy that we also employ when we have individuals come forward and tell us concerns or what have you. We go right out at it and we make sure that we work those numbers and we understand how things shake out before we begin a process. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. I did held to my 6 minutes. Not a question? Read it.
This just as a statement in the chat from Dr. Terry Allen, VP of Focus. It says it's a question, but with the growing backlash against DEI and the aggressive rollback of progressive efforts nationwide, it's time to move beyond reactive statements and take control of our narrative. We cannot allow misinformation, political pressure to undermine the transformational work of our members. The media-related task force would like to propose the creation of a DEI response lab, an innovative working resource hub that equips our chapters and members with real-time strategies to navigate, defend, and advance DEI principles.
Can you talk with them about further what they're proposing? Our Madam Representative for Media Related? Thank you. All right. You on it. I know you are. All right. If nothing else, we'll move on to our VP of Broadcast.
Okay, so I will keep mine pretty short because you are.
6 minutes, man. 5 minutes. I hit it 6 minutes.
You're 14 minutes over. Okay. So advocacy, I want, we mentioned National Urban League, KTLA, work with Washington Association of Black Journalists, about the race and politics position at the Hill, as well as the statement on the WAPO. So worked on that. In partnership with PIN America, we held a digital safety webinar back in March. We learned the tools and tips to help protect your information online and how to present yourself from being doxxed, which is very important now. They also came to our Emerging and Investigative Journalist Summit, and they'll be here at the convention having a few panels as well. We also partnered with Delete Me, which is an online service that removes your information from data broker sites. For 6 weeks, they ran a promotion that gave 50% off 1 year of service for NABJ members. The head of partnership says he wants to extend a year-round discount for our members, so we'll continue to work on that with him. Delete Me? Yeah. The NABJ producer database is consistently being updated. It's a great resource for hiring managers who are looking for producers. We've had several members find their next opportunity through the producer database. We currently have 220 entries, and I want to thank Ashley Pulliam and James Himes for helping pull that together. Our annual Emerging Journalist Summit and Investigative Journalist Summit took place in April at the New York Times building. The event was a hit with 150 in attendance. The day featured a career fair with CBS News, NBC News, Great TV, and Report for America. Session highlights included dissecting visual investigations presented by the New York Times, Leveling Up, a panel discussion on how emerging journalists can take their careers to the next level in investigations start to finish. Thanks to Janae Reese and Kayla Solomon for helping pull everything together. And I got to tell you, before we walked out the building, the New York Times was like, okay, let's schedule next year. So they want to come back as a partner, really like working with us, which is great. Our investigative task force has built a dynamic schedule for our investigative track at convention. Sessions this year include investigating child welfare and education, secure communication tools for savvy journalists, AI accountability, and a panel called workshop called How to Not Get Sued. I also attended IRE's conference in New Orleans on behalf of NABJ as part of our partnership with IRE. We held the NABJ meetup, which had about 30 attendees. I've been going to IRE for a few years. I got to say, a member said to us, I saw all of you sitting over there, and I said that couldn't possibly be the NABJ members. There's not that many people here, but I've been going. There's more and more of us that are going that are interested in investigative work. So it was really good to see that. We had some past presidents, including Dorothy Tucker, Greg Lee Jr., Will Sutton attend as well. So that was great to see them. I've attended several meetings of the Freedom of the Press Working Group, which is a coalition of journalism organizations committed to protecting press freedom and the First Amendment. On a recent meeting, just to give an example, we discussed the implementation of AI at Politico. The union at Politico was going into arbitration to discuss the usage of AI since Politico's own AI system reported false information, like not knowing Roe v. Wade was overturned. The group has also coordinated PPE distribution to journalists in Los Angeles, and we have signed on to several advocacy letters and statements supporting First Amendment and press freedom with this group. Finally, across the NABJ, I've attended a lot of events, including the Region 3 conference in Charlotte, where I moderated a panel on covering politics and the Basics Boot Camp in Houston. In New York, last year's chapter of the year, hosted a webinar called Future Focused Storytelling, which focused on using AI. And I also attended the New York chapter's pre-convention cookout, where I won the Uno tournament. That's it. That's my report. Tournament.
Hold on. Go down. Get down. We did not get a chance to hear about our action with Legal Defense Fund. Both myself and the wonderful academic representative, Lisa Armstrong, was working on that. I want her to have the opportunity to talk about strategy moving forward before we get into our next. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, President Lemon. So one of the things that came up in meeting with the academic task force co-chairs and President Lemon in, I believe it was March, was that there were Black professors who were feeling under attack due to the current political climate. And we discussed having legal representation. I, at that time, reached out to Janae Nelson at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund and said, would it be possible to have a partnership with them whereby the NAACP Legal Defense Fund would represent not just academic members, obviously, but any NABJ members who are under attack, either due to the work that they're doing in the workplace. President Lemon and I had a meeting with folks from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund it was a week ago, about a week ago, where we discussed a possible partnership. They're very interested in doing that. The way that we propose that it would work is that any NABJ member who required legal assistance would be vetted by the organization before we would then pass that person's name along to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. They would be under no obligation to necessarily take the case because they have specific criteria. They also have a portal through which anybody can apply for legal assistance. But the idea is that we would have a partnership. We also talked about possibly having webinars where they would talk about legal issues that would be of interest to our members. So the bottom line is that there's basically, we're sort of working through the details now because we just had the preliminary meeting, but the idea is to have a formal partnership whereby we would be working with them and helping to support members in need of legal assistance. Thank you.
You so much. I appreciate that. I think this is going to be an excellent opportunity. And what that does is particularly when we have issues that go through the advocacy process with us, it carries more weight. All right. When it goes to the Legal Defense Fund. All right. Okay. VP Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's definitely serving as NABJ Vice President Print. It actually comes with great pride and an extreme level of responsibility. Since our last meeting in March 2025, I've advocated for members and established opportunities with print publications, attended numerous events, including conferences, NABJ Leadership Academy meetings, NABJ Task Force meetings, monthly Board of Director meetings, Executive Board meetings, and Vice President meetings of our organization, and more, all on the heels of hosting a financially successful NABJ Basics Boot Camp on the campus of Texas Southern University in Houston, Texas, that featured Tamron Hall as a keynote speaker with attendees from throughout the country. Thanks to all of our sponsors, partners, NABJ Vice President Broadcast Walter Smith Randolph, and all who attended. In April, I moderated 2 candidate forums for the cities of Louisville, Little Elm, and McKinney, Texas, that was hosted by the Divine Nine. I also virtually attended the NABJ Philadelphia General Membership Meeting, and it was a treat to attend the birthday brunch of legendary Dallas radio broadcaster Lynn Hayes. And in addition, I joined several Dallas-Fort Worth area journalists for media dinner at a new upscale Black-owned restaurant called Winsome Prime. I attended the NABJ Region 3 conference in Charlotte, North Carolina, an event where they saluted past regional directors. And this month also included a meeting with Adweek top executives to specifically discuss their coverage of NABJ's meeting with KTLA regarding an offensive post of which they re-offended by posting the unblurred offensive graphic, which they say was a result of editorial failure. I also attended the Black Sports Professionals of North Texas Summit, and I attended a meeting to discuss the Wall Street Journal and NABJ convention programming and several other ribbon cutting events in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I attended the birthday celebration of Dallas-Fort Worth Association of Black Journalists President Clarence Hill, along with other members, and I concluded the month by attending Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated South Central Regions Conference in Little Rock, Arkansas. In May, I attended the funeral of my dear friend, beloved DFW-ABJ member Royce Williams. I attended 2 NABJ advocacy meetings with KTLA and The Hill. And February also included my attendance at the Hispanic Communicators DFW, that's the local NAHJ chapter scholarship gala. And I closed out this month by attending and receiving exclusive interviews with artists at the Jazz on the Trinity Music Festival in Fort Worth. In June, I attended the NABJ Council of Presidents meeting and NABJ Broadcast Task Force meeting. In addition, I taught a session at the University of North Texas on writing short and tight, the editing process. This was during the Scripps Howard Fund and Scripps Howard Foundation Emerging Journalist Program. And I also attended the viewing for the father of beloved DFW-ABJ and NABJ member Rodney Thrash. In addition, this month also included an in-depth interview of yours truly. I have a former student that's working on a documentary about me, and it is one of the most humbling experiences in my life. But it's very a deep dive into my life, which has many facets and ups and downs. Many DFW-ABJ members and I attended NABJ Hall of Famer Cheryl Smith's Don't Believe the Hype Celebrity Bowl-a-thon. And I also attended the Dallas Wings and Washington Mystics WNBA game with fellow DFW-ABJ and NABJ members. And several DFW-ABJ members and we also attended the viewing of Kaven Yarbrough of the famed group Yarbrough and Peoples as he lay in state at the Hall of State in Dallas. Y'all know Don't Stop the Music. That's Kaven Yarbrough. Very emotional time for all of us. In July, I participated in an NABJ advocacy phone call with NABJ founder Joe Davidson regarding his voluntary departure from the Washington Post. I was interviewed by aspiring sports journalist Fatima Johnson for her master's program capstone project. And in addition, I attended and served as a guest speaker during the No More Silly Women Faith Fight Conference in Bedford, Texas. And I included the month serving as a film judge for Camp Hollywood for young filmmakers. That's hosted by the Movie Institute. For task force updates, I serve as the NABJ Task Force Liaison for the Wellness Task Force, Print Task Force, and Black Press Task Force. The Wellness Task Force is led by Dr. Courtney Alston Lemon and Dawn Roberts, and they've consistently met and connected resources for NABJ members during their monthly offerings. And the Wellness Task Force, it's the task force for all NABJ members. So please be sure to join them for your physical and mental health. We also have a very important Wellness Task Force offering that I pitched. It was an approved panel. Thank you to the program co-chairs. But it's on infertility and motherhood. And I think that's going to be a very packed NABJ offering this year. The print task force is led by Maria Reeve, who is managing editor and vice president of Star Tribune, Minneapolis and Minnesota. Maria and I met to brainstorm ideas and direction for a revamp of the task force. And then the Black Press Task Force is led by Terry Sanders, who is publisher of the Omaha Star in Omaha, Nebraska. And I communicated briefly with Terry regarding their task force and future efforts. Mr. President, that concludes my report.
It's right at 5 minutes.
Documentary will be available this fall. He's trying to wrap it up September, October, and it's going to make festival circuits too. But it's a big. I didn't realize as big of a deal as it is, but my parents are going to be in it. Former students, former school district administrators, top level people. Norma Adams Wade is in my documentary. That's my mama J, as I call her. The J stands for journalism. But she's in it. And so it's going to be a pretty big deal. I'll let you all know.
All right. Thanks so much. Dinner is here. And so our next VP will be the last. We'll briefly step away to pick up some dinner. And then we'll resume with our reports. So VP Vera, no questions for VP Coleman? Any questions? Seeing none, VP Vera?
I got pressure on me because I know I'm the last one before lunch. This is also my last report that I'm reading. So, it's been a great time, been a great 4 years. So March through April, I worked with the board of directors on special honors and Hall of Fame nominations. March to the present, and this is probably the highlight of my report. After seeing an artificial intelligence presentation from Retha Hill at the Dow Jones News Fund's early career training program, we discussed how artificial intelligence could be used to improve NABJ's website. I've heard from numerous people in my 4 years, you're the VP of digital, why don't you work on NABJ's website? And I'm like, that's a budget item, but alas. Over the course of the last 4 months, she and I have worked to create a beta version of a bot that can be embedded onto NABJ's website so that members and members only can navigate the website. I have a version of the bot to show board members outside of this meeting, and I'm willing to work with the next VP of Digital and/or the Digital Journalism Task Force, as well as the Treasurer and Finance Director, to continue to work on this bot and hopefully embed it on NABJ's website. On April 15th, I began working with President Lemon and the A&E chairs, as I previously stated, on NBC Universal advocacy. On April 26th, I attended the A&E Task Force meeting where we discussed training, advocacy, and possible databases for task force members. On May 15th, I attended the NABJ Health and Science Task Force meeting where we discussed panels and meetings taking place at the convention. And then from May 16th to, I'll just say on May 16th, began discussing and working with the Personnel Committee made up of members of the Executive Board, including myself, on the process of finding a new Executive Director immediately after NABJ Executive Director Drew Barry's announcement on that day, May 16th. From May to present, I worked with the Digital Journalism Task Force Chair, Tariq Wynn, on organizing meetings and panels for the convention. From June to the present, I attended numerous, and I do mean numerous, NABJ candidate forums. Shout out to the chapters and task forces hosting those. On June 27th, I connected NABJ staff leadership with Ayinde Alakoye, the founder and CEO of Needle, a platform making live audio instantly searchable across streaming, radio, and social, after he approached me for a reseller partnership with NABJ. On July 1st, I had the NBC Universal advocacy that I told about. And then the last part of my report, I wanted to make an amendment. It was It was some things for the next VP of Digital to catch up on. It's the second bullet about the operating procedures. We voted on April 3rd, the Board of Directors, that I put forth the motion that we take a certain part out of Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 5. It was approved unanimously. I sent my report on July 31st, and it was still on there. That's why I put it in my report. But as of today, if you go on NABJ's operating procedures website, that the mandate for a certification is not on there. And I would just suggest that we update it with a timestamp as we usually do, because the last update on the operating procedures website is from April 8th, 2024. And we made this motion and approved it unanimously on April 3rd. And that concludes my report. Did I make 5 minutes?
Clean, 4 minutes. All right. Any questions for the VP?
The section of the operating procedures was Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 5. It is, I can search that for you right now. I don't think it has Chapter 2. The subject of Chapter 2 is board members' duties. Article 1 is Chapter 2 is board members' duties. Article 1 is duties. And then Section 5 should be the parliamentarian, I believe. Section 5. Give me one. Yep, it's the parliamentarian. Yeah. I can't really remember. You'd have to ask the secretary or the president on that one.
I cannot recall either. I do know the parliamentarian works nights. I don't know if she was working that night or what, but I cannot remember. But I do not think she was engaged in that vote. I don't. What's that?
Yes.
His question was, and no need for him, because by the time he gets up there, his question was a parliamentarian engaged in that vote? Yeah. I will research and find out. Thank you. If there are no other questions, as he stated, this is the last one before break. If everyone will take about 30 minutes, and we'll resume back here at 1:30 and continue, even if that means us continuing as we eat. All right. Thank you. Yes. This is lunch. This is lunch. Sorry. Thank you. I said break, but lunch. And those who are here are welcome to eat as long as you pay the president $7.
You only charged us 7.
Only 7. All right, so we're back up.
Oh, okay.
Just that I.
Okay.
All right, back up now. We're on the treasurer's report. And again, our secretary submitted a report, parliamentarian submitted a report. Our secretary has gone to the wake of a good friend. Our parliamentarian is now working with student projects at her station. So, Madam Treasurer.
Hello. Sorry about that.
Hello.
So, as Edie Berry stated earlier in the meeting, the numbers will be talked about at the business meeting. This is just pretty much my activity report. I've had to separate the two to make it easier for posting and things like that. But just another busy few months in the books. In April, I attended the Region 1 conference in Washington, D.C. at Howard University. Very successful, very happy to be a part of Region 1. And I'm not going to steal Melanie's thunder, but it was very financially successful, and we are super proud of Melanie for making that happen. Yeah, congratulations, real stuff. Congratulations, super happy for you. We had a lot of students there, and that was great. Seeing that they're a very large and growing contingent of NABJ. Let's see. I also traveled to New York City to attend the Emerging and Investigative Journalist Summit as a panelist for a panel titled Shifting Gears, Navigating Career Changes in the Industry. This year's event was held at a different venue, the New York Times headquarters. It was absolutely gorgeous. And the chairs of the Young Black Journalists and Investigative Task Forces worked very hard to bring an array of speakers to this year's event. I've gone to this now a couple times, and this might have been my most favorite. I'm also a liaison for the Weather and Climate Task Force. Dominus Brown leads that along with Holly Baker. They have been doing a bang-up job. They're very communicative with their members through email blasts, and they have 5 Weather and Climate Task Force submitted sessions that were chosen this year. So that's fantastic. They also are having reception sponsored by Box Weather, and that's been a great relationship in past years. So it's great to see that that's continued. They had a couple general body meetings with some panels, which were great. I'm also a member of the Strategic Planning Committee led by NABJ Titan Dr. Sheila Brooks. We're continuing our efforts to make recommendations to ensure NABJ's fidelity for the next 10 years and beyond. We're currently working on several recommendations that will improve and streamline governance, and we are very focused on meeting with long-term national staff members to get as much information on their institutional knowledge and write it down. The retirement of Executive Director Drew Berry has made this issue even more pertinent as the organization searches for its next executive director. The Finance Committee, also led by esteemed NABJ member Rodney Brooks, aka Mr. Sheila Brooks, has met multiple times this quarter to discuss the ongoing impacts the U.S. economy and current political climate will have on the media industry, NABJ fundraising, and NABJ financial projections for the next few years. And in July, Chairman Brooks invited NABJ Finance Director Nate Chambers to speak to the committee for current finances and his outlook on next year's budget. That concludes my activity report.
All right. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Are there any questions? Excuse me, Madam Treasurer. My mama. Are there any questions for Madam Treasurer? See, yes. But he introduced himself.
So I kept the joke running.
You got to start it. You got to start at home first. You got to start with him. I know. All right. All right. Region 1 Director Melanie Roy.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me.
Make sure the mic's on.
Yep, it's on.
It's on. Is
Yeah, bring it closer to your mouth.
that better?
Yes.
All right. All right. So good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to take this time to talk about the regional conference that took place in April. The rest of my report will be online. I'm also going to talk about some things that the chapter has done, but starting off with the Region 1 conference, which was a very successful conference in DC. We kicked off the event with a welcome reception hosted by the Washington Association of Black Journalists at NPR. Then we had a full day of programming at Howard University. The event drew nearly 200 attendees from across the region, and it was the first in-person conference since 2019. One of the standout moments was a powerful fireside chat with DeMarco Morgan, which left attendees feeling energized and inspired. We also had panels on podcasting, AI, fact-checking, and investigative reporting. Another sweet moment for me was, I think everyone is very familiar with certain founders like Allison Davis, Sandra Dawson Long Weaver, and Joe Davidson. They were all in attendance, but there was a fourth founder that was there who is no longer in journalism, has long retired. His name in the books is E. Chukwu Lee. I was corresponding with him under the name of Howard. So I don't know if that's a rebrand, but I introduced them to him again after I think like 30 years they haven't seen each other. So it was just like a very sweet moment for them to reconnect. And I hope he comes here this week. But I do want to give a huge shout out to our host chapter, WABJ, for their leadership, especially Corey Atkinson and Phil Lewis. Our entire planning committee, especially Tori Parrish and Karen Wilson, who worked very hard behind the scenes to make this come to life. NABJ staff, board members, Grant Hines and Jasmine Stiles for attending. I also want to extend like a major appreciation to our sponsors who really helped make that day possible. We had 10 different companies there for a career fair. The Wall Street Journal, my company, stepped up in a big way. So did WAMU and Visit Philly, just to name a few. Their support was very instrumental in delivering a meaningful experience for our members. But the money, this is the fun part to talk about. It was the bane of my existence for many months. I didn't think we were going to make any money from this conference, but the total conference revenue was $34,310. The expenses were $14,335, and we had a net income surplus of $19,974. But as I reminded WABJ, I was happy to give them a portion of the registration. So they're getting $6,500. But I will point out when Philly hosted a conference and I was president, we got $0. So I was very happy to give them some money. They are a large chapter, they are a mighty chapter, and they deserve it. Moving on to the other chapters, Baltimore co-hosted an NABJ election candidate forum with the Washington Association of Black Journalists. It was well attended. They also had a late summer programming of BABJ Multimedia Boot Camp. It's the planning for that. It will be September 27th. They also had a pre-NABJ mixer over in Buffalo. They were focused on internal chapter rebuilding and member engagement. In May, they hosted a strategy session for boosting engagement and membership. In Hampton Roads, they had a strong presence at Region 1. Members served as speakers and planners. In May, they hosted a mental health webinar with Dr. Christy Norwood. NABJ Philadelphia celebrated 50-year legacy of local Black journalists, May 2nd and 3rd at the African American Museum. And they also held a critical discussion with the Inquirer leadership regarding diversity layoffs. In Pittsburgh, they announced the Robert L. Vann Award finalists and hosted an awards, and they held a mixer in honor of Angie Stone. NYABJ hosted multiple podcast episodes, networking events, film screenings, and panels. They also held their 4th annual Juneteenth Gala, where they raised $30,000. In Rochester, they have a monthly Black cinema series that they continue. They held mixers, general, and board meetings, and they also handed out a scholarship. The Southern New England chapter partnered with NYABJ for a Yankee game that was rained out, unfortunately, and they hosted a tied to the game spades/networking night. WABJ held their annual DC Journalism Job Fair, hosted White House Correspondents' Dinner reception, and they advocated to preserve funding for the PGCTV, and they were honored by the Black and Missing Foundation. And that concludes my report.
All right. Any questions for Madam Director?
Seeing none, we'll move on to our Region 2 Director, Angela Smith.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Just gonna start going down the list and then I'll wrap up with what I did. So started off with Columbus Association of Black Journalists, and they became affiliates last year and since have hit the ground running. They're well on their way. So that's with President Kerry Charles. They've done a host of events, including one that President Lemon was able to attend this past weekend. My flight was delayed, so I didn't get to attend, but it was called The Pivot, and it was with Tracy Anderson of VP of Sports HQ Production, Clark Kellogg, and then Butch Reynolds, who was a two-time Olympic medalist. And it focused on pivoting, and it focused on sports, but just how we pivot when different things come into our lives. So it was it was very well attended. And from that event, they have secured some sponsorships for when they host the 2026 regional conference, which I know everyone in our region is glad about because we have not had one since 2023. And Columbus, being a very new chapter, was very excited to be on board with that. So I'm excited for them as well. Some of their advocacy efforts included, they published an open letter to WBNS TV General Manager and Tegna CEO following the removal of Angela Pace, a longtime journalist and Community Affairs Director. They also hosted a supportive gathering for her as well. And they've done a host of other events that you will find in my report once it is published. Moving on to Detroit, they also they co-sponsored with the DPJ Detroit, and the Michigan Black Alliance, a virtual forum for candidates running for Detroit mayor. That's for the August 5th primary today. And that focused with the future of small business in Detroit. Chapter member Sam Robinson was the reporter with the Michigan Chronicle representing Detroit in NABJ. They are also doing a financial sponsor of a high school student scholarship that paid for a journalism student to attend the 2025 journalism camp run by the Detroit Writing Room. They sponsored Robert Thompson and chapter member Terry Foster, former Detroit Press sports columnist and Detroit sports radio personality, has become his mentor. They're also, of course, looking forward to being here at the conference. And then, of course, to Cleveland. We are in the Clee. So as President Rhonda Crowder mentioned earlier, Cleveland is hosting a number of events, most of which they start tonight. And so that information can be found at gcleabj.org/about-5. And I know that's long. I believe that NABJ will pushing some of that out, and we'll also push it out on the Region 2 socials as well. But we want to make sure that we support this host chapter because they've been working really hard. So of course, they'll have tonight's event, they'll have a kickoff party tomorrow, and then they have several historical tours that are taking place on Saturday. Those start at, I believe, 10 a.m. So please go on their website once that's pushed out, and it'll be a great opportunity for you to learn more about Cleveland and see what's going on. And all of those tours provided they will include lunch. Tonight's event will be at the Cleveland Library. Tomorrow will be at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Indiana chapter, they held their first NABJ presidential candidate forum with 3 candidates who are running for the seat. So far, they worked to grow their membership with the chapter. Right now, they are at more than 40 active members in the chapter, and they're still working to grow. And they're also looking at creating subcommittees to help with planning and taking a load off the board as a whole. They also held in May their annual fundraiser that is the Meet the Media, and it allows community members and local organizations to come together to meet local journalists, and they were able to raise over $10,000 for that event. In Kansas, there was during Mental Health Awareness Month in May, we held a mixer with Teresa Taylor Williams, who is a former journalist, turned therapist, and tackled the critical importance of self-care and maintaining well-being as we are being journalists, and how we can navigate challenging situations and prioritize our mental well-being. And then on the 27th, excuse me, we participated in a voter empowerment forum, and that was for a local city council district and of course 2 school board seats. The Kansas City Association of Black Journalists, they are working toward hosting their next Student Journalism Academy. They're shooting for November 8th. And then they are looking at inviting Kansas City Mayor Quentin Lucas and Jackson County Prosecutor Amelia Johnson to speak at some of their future meetings. And they'll also host a reception with the Mizzou alumni and industries, or they've been invited to it, and that's on August the 7th. Our regional chapter with Central and Southern Illinois, they are caravanning to come to the 50th NABJ convention, and they are just working on membership efforts and making sure that they're maintaining their chapter and working to reach out to members across Central and Southern Illinois, because they meet mostly virtually since they are in multiple locations. St. Louis, again, is a Chapter of the Year candidate, so we're happy for them. They also are working to get here. They held their Living Legends event, and that will, that was a meeting that they held, and that was on the 28th. They did suffer devastating tornadoes in the St. Louis area in May, and so they participated with their local urban league to provide food and drinks for those who had lost their homes or were impacted by the tornadoes. Also in May, I had the privilege of going to St. Louis, where we honored our lost Linda Lockhart. So she's a history maker, having also served as the first founding member of the St. Louis chapter, and then she's the first non-founding member of NABJ to serve on the board of directors. And under President Vernon Jarrett, she also helped draft NABJ's original constitution. For our Milwaukee chapter, they are working on a host of events. They held their Black Media Panel in June, and then an Inspire Black Men campaign. They participated in a Juneteenth parade and also a Black Men's Health Panel. They have a host of events coming up, including an AI and journalism workshop, and that will be in conjunction with the Milwaukee Neighborhood News Service, Online News Association, Marquette University, and the Milwaukee Press Club, and that'll focus on artificial intelligence transforming the journalism industry. And lastly, for NABJ Minnesota, they are doing as well a host of events. They're electing officers, and then they have a farewell that they've set up for one of their former immediate past presidents who will be leaving the area and heading to St. Louis. For the Visual Journalism Task Force, they have, let's see, about 8 or 9 panels. So please be sure and stop by one of them. One is even in conjunction with the Wellness Task Force, so that'll be really cool. And then, of course, they have their task force photo auction, and that will take place on Saturday, August 9th, from noon to 1:30 in the Atrium Ballroom. As for myself, I've been a proud participant of the 2025 NABJ Leadership Academy, which has afforded me the opportunity to meet some great journalists who are making headway in the business, as well as other breaking folks in the journalism industry. So I've been appreciated for that. In July, I was the recipient of the 2025 Women in Business Award from the Wichita Business Journal. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Any questions for Madam Director? Seeing none. Region 3 Director Steve Crocker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start my report with Baylor NABJ. Janiyah Spruill is the president there. They held a KWTX, they held a session with KWTX anchor Jasmine Lotz. They held an interest meeting and they took their e-board photos. This is their meeting with Jasmine Lotz. And let me also say to our chapter presidents, thank you for sending your photos. If you don't see them in this report, I had a glitch with a couple of them. That's my fault. I'll amend the report to add your photos, but please keep sending them. Southern Methodist University Association of Black Journalists, Taylor Good, president there. They held their senior celebration during the second quarter. North Carolina A&T Association of Black Journalists, they welcomed new leaders for the 2025-26 academic year, held an e-board meeting to plan events and community service initiatives for the coming year. Also established a bank account to track their funds that they've raised from various fundraisers. And they plan to use that money to send students here to the convention. The Tampa Bay Association of Black Journalists held their spring cookout in April, invited members and friends to enjoy food games with local journalists on Easter weekend. Day before the start of hurricane season, they held a special presentation from the Institute for Diversity and Inclusion in Emergency Management. The journalists were educated on how to respond to storm threats and the aftermath in an equitable way, with an emphasis on being intentional with reporting on underserved communities when disaster strikes. They also invited friends from Central Florida chapter and members of NAHJ to the meeting, which was held in person and virtually. In June, they had a small brunch with the board, because many members were out on vacation. Also participated in Inspire Black Men Day, highlighting one of their members who had just won a Pulitzer. They were also part of a student program in which student program with a local nonprofit training high school students to be griots. Members were also part of a week-long journalism portion of that program, and some of the members signed on to be mentors for the students until their final griot project is completed next year. Houston Association of Black Journalists participated in Inspire Black Men Day, honoring Black male members of their chapter who are making an impact across media. They shared their stories and celebrated their achievements publicly. On June 28th, they hosted their Crawfish and Colleagues event. That's a dynamic networking event where members connected over career conversations and flavorful crawfish and strengthened relationships. Jackson Association of Black Journalists held their monthly meetings, also co-sponsored a mayoral forum mayoral forum for Mayor of Jacksonville in May. National Association of Black Journalists held monthly meetings of the executive board. They sent out email newsletters to chapter members, including information about jobs and internships. They awarded the chapter's annual scholarship for college students to Jada Daniels, who's a junior mass communications major at Tennessee State University. They also provided a letter of support to Tennessee State University to help them establish a student chapter on campus. They also began the process of establishing a 501c3 and revised and updated their chapter's membership application. Also, Central Florida Association of Black Journalists did a lot of work this quarter, held 3 executive board meetings, virtual executive board meetings. During their June meeting, they hosted candidates for NABJ executive board offices, also promoted and shared, and this is important, shared the UCF NABJ student chapter's GoFundMe account, which enabled them to raise money to send 12 students here to the convention. The chapter held Adopt a Highway community cleanup events on Saturday, April 5th and Saturday, June 7th. And shout out to President Tammy Fields, who rushed back from, I think it was that June 7th event, to make a chapter president's call. And so just appreciate the effort. On April 12th, she also served as a panelist on representing CFABJ in an NABJ virtual session entitled Breaking Through Anti-DEI Barriers on Campus. On Saturday, June 14th, they took part in NABJ's Inspire Black Men campaign. They posted a collage dedicated to CFABJ member and NABJ co-founder Francis Ward, as well as several other Black male journalists in their chapter. Charlotte Area Association of Black Journalists took part in Inspire Black Men Day, launched a newsletter, held an NAACP media mixer, secured their 501c3 status, and increased their paid membership by 50%. Also held a clothing outreach event to help younger journalists. Birmingham Association of Black Journalists hosted a question and answer session with pioneering Alabama black male journalist Nate Turner in recognition of Black Male Media Project month. Also began discussions about a fundraiser for the scholarship program. Dallas-Fort Worth Association of Black Journalists took part in a number of events, many of which you heard about from VP Coleman, and I won't run through all of them, but do want to again lift up the family of Royce Williams, dear member that we lost, and Rodney Thrash and his family on the loss of his father. Also want to point out that this chapter seems to make a dedicated effort to visit new Black-owned restaurants. There are at least 3 in their report that they visited, held events at, and tried to draw attention to. NABJ Raleigh-Durham chapter held a recap of the Region 3 conference, which they helped to host, held their annual summer social event in June, where they enjoyed bowling and fellowship, and held a candidates forum for NABJ board members. And they partnered with the Triad Association of Black Journalists for that. A couple of last minute additions to the report. Tulsa chapter had a mixer where they got to meet more media professionals, ended up having 5 new members join as a result of that event. Also had a Beyond the Byline event, which was a community event to teach the community about things producers and first responders, as well as multimedia journalists are looking for. They go out in the field. Finally, just want to say thank you to the Triad, Raleigh-Durham, and Charlotte chapters for their work on the Region 3 conference at Johnson C. Smith University. Also want to shout out Deputy Director Marie Torres. Wouldn't have happened without her. And we were not nearly as successful as Region 1. We basically broke even. But because the chapter worked so hard in hosting that event, I'll be making a small donation. And that concludes my report.
Any questions for the director? Seeing none, Region 4, Director Aaron Day.
Great, thank you, everybody. I just want to start by discussing a future regional conference that we're planning. So about maybe 90 days ago, I held a region-wide meeting to gauge the interest of a regional conference, and as expected, it was a very high interest. And so we formed a committee after that meeting. And so the regional will be held April 23rd through the 25th. That's penciled in at the moment. Our committee chair is Brandy Cummings. She's the president of the Sacramento chapter. The committee includes myself. We have a student from Arizona State as well. We have other members from Sacramento. So we've held 4 meetings thus far. We've identified a potential hotel. We've identified a potential campus. UC Davis is the campus where we're looking to do this. We've engaged with Visit Sacramento, and so don't worry, nothing's been signed. We haven't signed anything, but we do have some verbal commitments for sponsorships. You know, I'm not going to say how much or who yet, but the sponsorship commitments from folks in California in our region is pretty significant so far, a year out, which is pretty impressive. But I give credit to Brandy. Brandy, she's the chair of this committee. She's the president. She's done a really good job. So, so after your 10-day break, after this conference, get ready, you know, because our region is going to be really full speed with planning this event. So just want to put that out there. As far as the chapters are concerned, I know a lot of the schools are on break. I don't know how you all got your reports with students on break because, you know, I have a couple of reports in, but it's break for a lot of these students, so I don't have a whole lot. But Cal State Fullerton held a bowling night recently. In fact, Cal State Fullerton's advisors, they have 2 advisors. They're going to be here this week. They'll be at the Region 4 caucus tomorrow. They held a panel with alumni in collaboration with Black community. They also held a panel with the first woman senior NFL insider, Josina Anderson. They also held a career glow up workshop in collaboration with AARC and the Black community. At the last meeting we had, I mentioned that Cal State Long Beach was planning to have Tyrese Gibson speak on campus, and it actually happened. So that's the update, is Tyrese Gibson surprised journalism and public relations students on campus. There's a professor there who is Tyrese's publicist. So he spoke about feeling the fire. He talked about professionalism and seeing your passion through. He addressed the importance of wanting to achieve their goals, and he just kind of spoke from the entertainment side of the business and publicity. The Los Angeles chapter recently held a candidates forum, a roundtable discussion at KTLA. KTLA actually hosted their chapter meeting in their studio. So their anchors spoke on different issues. The president was the moderator. So that was very kind of KTLA to open up their studio for an actual chapter meeting. Recently, LA chapter also had a trans rights and communities workshop for Pride Month that was presented in partnership with the Trans Journalists Association on best practices and standards for covering trans rights and communities. That was led by Travell Anderson, who was co-executive director of that association. May, there was a mindful mixer as well in partnership with other Black vendors in LA. I attended that event, actually. I was there for that. Very successful event. It was about wellness, treatments, mindful moments. There was a DJ and food as well. Sacramento. Sacramento hosted a table at the NorCal Emmys inaugural Capitol correspondence reception. The chapter was gifted 30 tickets approximately. Students were invited. They partnered with the Sacramento River Cat and Modesto schools to provide dinner for those students at the games. And they wanted me to emphasize this. They are happy to report that all Black anchors at all TV stations in Sacramento are paid members of their chapter. So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. August 15th, their chapter hosted a game night for members to unwind and play games. They're also gearing up for their second annual Journalism Day event on September 20th that prepares students for media careers and offhand workshops. November 1st is coming up. They're also going to do a Black Media Table Talk. It's their inaugural Black Media Table Talk. So Sacramento is doing amazing work as usual. So is LA. Colorado, they held a scholarship gala. So Colorado chapter, they raised $10,000 for scholarships in Colorado. They gave out 5,000 scholarships. They also met with nonprofits to host forums. They held a youth-based workshop for middle and high school students interested in media. They also held an NABJ kickoff party and met at a Black-owned restaurant that just reopened in one of the historic neighborhoods. San Diego recently celebrated 25 years as a chapter. Sarah Seidner from CNN spoke at their event at the Symphony Towers Club in San Diego. They also raised money for scholarships at their 25th anniversary celebration. In addition to all of that, and Lisa, maybe you can speak to some of this as well, what I want to mention. So for years, I've been a huge advocate of teaching journalism to incarcerated people. So we have a program in San Quentin. I think you're a part of that program, Lisa, right? Right. So we teach journalism to people in San Quentin State Prison. We now offer courses in journalism at Chino State Prison in Southern California. So I started teaching that course this summer to men. And so this is not an NABJ initiative at all, but I do think that there's an opportunity for NABJ to engage with schools and state officials on what role we can play in helping incarcerated men and women write stories, tell stories. There's a lot of opportunity there, in my opinion, for us to have an impact and, perhaps have some influence. I know SPJ has a chapter at San Quentin. Do you want to speak to some of that at all, Lisa? Because California, I don't know if any other states are doing this. I don't know if there are, please say so. But I think California is really taking the lead on some of this education.
Yeah, so I brought this up at the last board meeting. I've been teaching in California prisons since November 2021, where I started teaching at the Folsom Women's Facility. I've been teaching at San Quentin for, I think, 2 years now, teaching men in their journalism guild. And that's basically, they go through this program, they have a graduation, and then the men who graduate from that program go on to write or edit ultimately for the San Quentin News. And I worked on creating a curriculum. I'm working on creating a class where Berkeley journalism students and women incarcerated at the California Institution for Women would be in class at the same time. So the women in the facility would join virtually and work on a journalism program together. But I brought this up at the last board meeting because the guys at San Quentin actually wanted an NABJ chapter, and they wanted to know how they could start one. They do have an SBJ chapter that we're having an SBJ, San Quentin SBJ fundraiser. I'll share the information with you next month, I believe, where some of the formerly incarcerated folks will be showing their films. But I do think there is an opportunity. It's something that I have been working on again for 4 years in terms of getting universities to partner with prisons. We had a media day at San Quentin last year, and I spoke with Nicole Hannah-Jones, actually flew out specifically for that. She was invited by someone who's formerly incarcerated. And so, I've basically had conversations with people about ways in which we could partner, but I do think there is an opportunity for NABJ to help in some of that work. It's something that I'm obviously very passionate about. It's something
I am too, yeah.
It's something that's very necessary. And I wrote a report several years ago about entrepreneurship for formerly incarcerated people. And I think 50% of the people that I interviewed wanted to do some form of media. So it's something that they're very interested in, but obviously don't necessarily have access to the kinds of training that they would need in order to do so.
Yeah, look, I mean, there could be a financial incentive as well. I mean, I don't know. I know California puts a lot of money into recidivism and rehabilitation, and they have the California model that they have. And if your states are doing some similar work, there could be something there. I mean, it's very rewarding work. I mean, I teach the level 2 prison, so they have access to tablets and television, and they're telling me what happened. They're like, did you see that we bombed Iran? And so they're coming to me with all this information. And so there's a really high interest in these prisons for journalism. And so I just wanted to share that with our board for future discussions.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll go back in the fall, so I got another 2 weeks. Yeah. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you. And let me do say, I got the request for both Sacramento and Columbus, and they're two of the most prepared cities I've seen in a very long time to handle a regional so far out. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I did forget to mention that there is interest in Sacramento for hosting a national
A little
convention.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I
Brandy Cummings. Yes. And Gary Charles.
I think they could make a pretty decent offer. at some point.
They're doing it. They're
Yeah.
really doing it. They are extremely prepared. Thank you for that. Any questions for Director Day? Yes.
Engage us in the task force so that we can help assist a little bit because a lot of our constituency are based in LA. So maybe improve one activation stuff. It's all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we haven't done any programming yet, but I definitely will. Yes.
The thing is, first week in April, last in March, so by all means, we can defer to deliver the horse to something else within the region. Situation starts every other month. Right. It's something, so I don't want to have to send membership actively for summit.
Yeah.
But I can refer.
Okay. Okay.
Just engage us.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you, Director Day, for your report. Now moving over to our academic rep, Lisa Armstrong.
Okay, thank you, President Lemon. Can you all hear me? Good, okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to start with the force reports and then go back to what I've been doing. So the academic task force, the co-chairs are Dr. Marquita Smith and Ryan Dearborn. And the regular meetings are held every second Monday of the month via Zoom at 6 p.m. Central. The co-chairs have basically been getting acclimated to their new position in a political environment that, as we all know, has been very difficult, especially with the dismantling of DEI programs. Their efforts and initiatives have included support for Black journalists and academics. So they say they've prioritized equipping educators with tools, mentorship, and resources to guide and inspire Black students preparing for careers in journalism. They've been focused on advocacy in terms of supporting diversity initiatives, and then scholarship and funding challenges. So basically, they're in an environment where previously professors and schools were able to award scholarships to underrepresented groups. Obviously, there are challenges there, and so the task force is exploring alternative funding channels and collaborations, and has spoken with President Lemon and other folks about maybe funneling the money through NABJ. I am also the liaison for the LGBTQ plus task force. And that's Chair Femi Redwood and Vice Chair Corey Rose. They've been preparing for their panels at NABJ over the past couple of months. They have Beyond the Byline, Finding the Culture Angle in Your Beat, which is Thursday in room 19 at 12:30, and LGBTQ plus 101 and Beyond, Covering the Fight for Trans Rights. And that is Friday in room 19 at 10:30. They have both had some personal life challenges, and so that has made scheduling a meeting difficult, but they have kept their membership updated and are going to connect in person at the convention. In terms of things that they wanted me to bring up, they echoed what was sent by some of the candidates regarding the ED search and asked that that be paused. In terms of my own work, I mentioned the NAACP Legal Defense Fund work that I've been doing. I am also on a part of a coalition that is funded in part by the Borealis Philanthropy Racial Equity and Journalism Fund. It's involved in advocacy for BIPOC-led media. I first attended a meeting with this group at the Night Media Forum in February. There are representatives from the Maynard Institute, NAHJ, AAJA, and others. I, at that time, was not representing NABJ, but spoke with President Lemon and said that I would like to do so, given that the people who were there from NAHJ and AAJA were staff, and I was not there, they said, representing NABJ. From the Maine Art Institute's co-executive director, Martin Reynolds, the description of the collaboration is this collaborative effort is grounded in several evolving areas, which include centering racial equity, so basically looking at underrepresentation and biased coverage and increasing support for BIPOC-led outlets, policy advocacy and research, producing actionable policy briefs, engaging in legislative advocacy, and advancing more equitable resource distribution, unifying BIPOC media, philanthropy, advocacy organizations, and mainstream institutions around shared goals, and addressing journalism's financial crisis, which is identifying public, philanthropic, and policy-based solutions to stabilize and grow support for local and BIPOC media. Okay. So I'm going to get to what I've spent most of my time working on, which is the voting issue. So one of the issues that I brought up at the last in-person board meeting was that academic members could not vote based on what I had been told. I was then told that the task force co-chairs needed to file a constitutional amendment. However, upon reading the Constitution, I realized that the language stated clearly that academic members could vote, and it reads as follows. I'll just read like the last part of it. Academic members with at least 5 years prior experience in journalism may serve in the academic seat on the board of directors and may vote in any NABJ member, calling on the entire membership to decide, except for the election of the media-related or student representatives on the board of directors. So I brought this up with other board members and then directly with parliamentarian Cian Yorker and President Ken Lemon in May. I was then told that a founder, several past presidents, and former Constitution Committee members had said that academic members have never voted in NABJ elections. I was also told that Veronique Dodson said there is no record of academic members voting in NABJ's 49-year history. Parliamentarian Yorker asked President Lemon to convene an ad hoc group of former parliamentarians to review this and make a decision. I shared with them that I'd spoken with some founders myself, and they agreed that the language in the Constitution said that academic members could vote for all board members with the exception of media-related and student representatives. I also asked when the language in the Constitution was changed, when the vote was held to change that language, what the vote was, and whether the language printed in the Constitution is the same as what members were given when they voted. In early July, the parliamentarian shared that the Constitution had been amended on August 4th, 2023. I did not get answers to the other questions. I have no idea why academic members were not allowed to vote for those other board positions following that date, but I'm grateful to Parliamentarian Yorker for investigating and ensuring that academic members were sent ballots to vote in this election. Several academic members are concerned that the board members and staff did not know that academic members could vote as outlined in the Constitution. As is, we should at least have received ballots after August 4th, 2023. I've since spoken with a former academic rep as well as some other people, and it is confusing because there are different timelines. There is not a lot of clarity. I would love to get some clarity so that I can answer the academic members who have asked questions, but it's troubling to me that we have not been honoring what's in the Constitution. Again, I would love to get some clarity around what happened. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for representative? Yes. Former parliamentarian, Fitzhugh Craig? Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure you're identified.
And that date would have been, 3 weeks after I left. So it had to have some, how did it just change? Right. Because it was still in effect, the 5 years when I was parliamentarian. And I left that.
The change.
There's still 5 years. So you still have to have five. You still have to have 5. Yes. So yeah. So one of the other things that I asked was how would the organization figure out who has 5 years? So there are a lot of questions that I have asked around this. My main point is that we have a constitution that says one thing, and I believe obviously we have to honor that. how people are vetted and how that, I feel like that's sort of above my,
And that vetting process was a kind of stickler for us for this year. And
yes.
it's almost impossible to really honestly assess. But we're going to have to dig into that and have a vetting process whereby we can have folks who say, yes, you have met that threshold to vote, or you have not met that threshold to vote. Because we know that there are a lot of people who have backgrounds who step into it, but there are also a lot of folks who don't have the experience who pull up out of it.
Term, I don't know what was happening is because when the academic came to be, the fulls were going there because they were teaching. And so that's why it happened.
Yeah,
I
so
usually knew who the full were because they were on the record, Virginia being a member. So.
no.
I was just.
Yeah, hold on. You have a soft voice.
Check, check, check.
You for this room? Yeah, you do for this room, you do.
I was saying that so the 5 years, what happened is when the academic position came to be, there were a lot of full members who wanted to transfer over because they were teaching out, because I debated. And then, so what happened was that you knew that they were full members, so it was easier to kind of track them. They weren't just coming in out of the blue. They were members who transferred over. And so maybe I was saying we have a dual position, or, for those of you been, full / academic, I don't know. And that notifies, because maybe it's the computer. They don't have it set up that way. I don't know, that behind the scenes, but, they were being allowed to. And what I had said earlier, if you didn't hear, is I was the outgoing, the immediate past parliamentarian, and that was still in effect when I left. But it seems like 2 weeks after, 3 weeks, supposedly it changed. I don't know. So it couldn't have just out of the blue, but if that's the date.
Yeah. Yes,
Dr. Brooks, I think, had her hand up first, Mr. President.
Dr. Brooks?
Yes. Clarification.
Of when that change was made, what did you say? I didn't.
No, the 20, Sia can tell you. Yeah, that's correct. So it's
That, for that
2014.
institution.
There was a constitutional amendment in twenty
That
fourteen.
passed.
It passed in 2014.
That's what I thought. It was the 2014.
I'm sorry? No,
2014.
No.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I heard her say
2014.
2023 and I
No,
thought it was
that's
2014.
No, it was 2014.
Yeah.
See,
I'm sorry, can somebody catch me up? Because I just came in from the student auditions. Maybe I'm.
Says amended August 4th, 2023, right here.
No,
That's what I.
No, the academics, we're talking about when
they're allowed to vote.
it was,
President.
it was 2014.
Okay.
It was
but
2014.
That's,
There was a big committee of 15
yeah,
people.
but the email that I'm reading from that has several people
wonder you
CC'd
responded.
says there are several differing opinions from a number of voices, but I have decided to go with the current NABJ Constitution as it reads, amended August 4th, 2023.
But the amendment went through 2014.
Yeah.
But the last time the Constitution was amended was in 2023, but not for that amendment with the
But-
academics.
Yes, but I'm saying when I asked, so I have a list of questions that I just read off. The only answer that I got was what I just read. So what I'm saying is that it would be helpful to have some clarity. I mean, you even noted here, there are like different opinions from a number of voices. So I think it is really important because what is happening is that there are people who are like, well, I could always vote. And then some people are like, well, I couldn't vote. And then it's like, well, when was it amended? So I did ask, when was it amended? When was the vote held? What was the language? What was the results of the vote? When was it the constitutional amendment? So I asked those questions. I didn't get answers, and this is not on you because, it's like I'm coming to you, but I'm not putting it on you. But I'm saying that in general, there is a lot of confusion around this, and it would be helpful to have clarity just so that.
Thank you for the
That
clarification.
explains why you responded the way you did when I said, this administration is like, no, that was constitutional. Yes.
Hi, Kathy Cheney, the immediate past Vice President of Print. Does anyone know when the academics, because there's confusion, if they've been receiving ballots all these years?
No.
Yeah.
No, yeah, so they got ballots this year. They did. In the past for any position other than academic rep, no.
That's correct.
So that I'm clear, the Constitution does say and has said before this year that they have been eligible to vote for president and all this type of stuff, but they haven't been receiving ballots.
They haven't been receiving the ballots that allow them to vote for that. They've gotten ballots, but not just ballots not ballots that allow them to vote for anything other than academic.
But the Constitution says that they have been
says that.
eligible to vote for president previous years, but they
Since
haven't been getting the
2014.
ballot. So that's an issue.
The people that were grandfathered in and had 5+ more years experience received their ballots and could vote for president. That was it.
But again, to your
Did
point,
anyone with 5 years or more experience not receive their ballots?
I didn't, yes, I switched over once I switched from full to academic, I did not get a ballot and I am still working as a journalist. So again, I understand that there's confusion but I think the point that is being made is a point that a lot of other academic members are making. And obviously I'm the rep of the board, so I'm getting these questions and would love to provide answers. But the fact remains that if you're saying it's 2014,
Yeah.
since 2014, that we have not been following what's in the Constitution, essentially is the problem. I don't know why. I just got here, so.
But now we are.
So now
We are moving
Which
forward.
is the point I was making with you. No, now,
Decade.
Yeah, now we are.
Moving forward,
Yeah, but I'm
it sounds
saying-
like this is settled,
Yeah, but
right?
people are asking
Yeah.
me what happened before. I can't answer.
May I ask, did you ask the 4 other academic reps before you?
I
From
have
2015,
I have
2018.
spoken to past academic reps who shared information with me, who are also confused as to what happened,
Okay.
who said that they also brought this to the board and were given the same response that I initially was given, which is academic reps can't vote. Like that's what I was told initially. I was told that this was my interpretation of the language,
Okay.
which is why I went to other people. I went to the academic task force co-chairs. I went to some founders, asked I was like, can you read this and see if because it's not my interpretation. It says this.
Yeah.
So again, this is something that past academic reps have said that they did bring up. Again, I was not there.
I
don't know.
served with 3 of them and I don't recall them ever bringing it up.
Well,
I'm just saying.
that would be between you and them. I'm
So-
saying,
So can you help correct that for the record? It was not 2023. It was
Yes.
2014.
okay, I will correct,
good.
but I'm going by an email that I received on June 11th. So this information is incorrect. I will
Incorrect.
correct it. That data is wrong. That's in this email, but this is what I was given.
Mhm.
And so all I'm saying is I'd love some clarity so that I can share with academic members.
Thank you. And I think one of the things that we want to do from this point forward is just some assistance in helping us make sure that we can vet and understand who has that 5 and who doesn't have that 5, so that we can follow the letter of the law. Yes,
I think, Mr. President, I think Sheila Brooks, Dr. Brooks had hers.
I think. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, during
Yeah.
a media summit, a constitutional summit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I will defer to, you have another question there and then I'll come back.
Hold on.
What?
The academic reps, I mean, I don't have a dog in the fight.
Because according to, ask the question so people can hear.
Okay, so I was just asking curiosity, how come they can't have a full vote? That way we can remove all the confusion, just say, hey, vote for whoever.
They now have a
Whenever.
full vote.
Okay,
If
so
you
I'm
have the
still
5
unclear on
years.
that.
If you have the 5 years prior experience.
So what's the, what's so significant about 5 years?
Well, that's according to the constitutional summit that was convened in 2014. Their decision was that you needed those 5 years in order to qualify to vote in that. And
But I was
again,
just trying to find the why, like what is magical about the 5 years? Okay, all I'm like, I ain't academic, I was just trying to
Yeah.
get the why.
I wasn't there, so I don't.
yeah,
Dr. Sheila
talked to
Brooks,
Bob.
so can we get a copy of every constitution since 2014 and those amendments and changes? Because it sounds like we're just going on the memory of all of these folks.
Oh, Veronique has them, I guarantee you.
Right, that's
Okay,
why
she's
I'm
the one who
asking
gives
the
us the
question.
13-14 thing.
That's why I'm asking
Yeah.
the question.
Yeah.
Yep, we can.
Okay,
And I know
I think that would
we
clarify
for
a
that.
lot instead of us kind of thinking
Yeah.
about all of our memories and that kind of thing.
I agree.
It's just to get a copy of every constitution and every amendment since 2014.
All right.
That's what I would recommend.
Okay,
Yes.
so,
Edie
so
Barrett?
here's the deal. Okay, we're going spinning our, okay, what's gone, as well said, that's gone,
Yeah.
period. Okay, they can vote now. So I'll raise another issue that I think will come up with your group. Why y'all gotta check our, how many years we've been, in this space so we can vote? Why don't you check all these other people who on their resume say they're professional and they saying they're this and this on their resume? You gonna check them too? 4,000? No, we're not gonna check 4,000 people. Okay, just like we didn't check this year. We didn't check to see if y'all were telling the truth. Because it was like, man, that's kind of weird. You're asking the academics to do that, but what about everybody else who may not be telling the truth or something? But anyway, here's the deal. Because I went back, Veronique and Sia are absolutely right. 13, 14 area is really 14. But here what you had is this is what was going on. The organization that was so unstable. You had a president all during that time. You had a president. I'm not going to go, deeper than that. But you also had 5 EDs in 7 years. Okay, 5. Okay, 5. But here's how it works, though. If a Constitution amendment passes, the president and the parliamentarian will tell the national office, change this because this passed. That has to come. The national office does not and cannot just automatically change something. So whoever was in the place, and that's not what's important here, it's the craziness that was going on at the time. Major budgetary concerns. And so it wasn't top of mind. So you got the major budget things, you got 5 EDs in 7 years. I wasn't one of them, okay? But still, you had so much going on. I can understand how this would have gotten lost in the mix. And I'll go back to this. Okay. Everybody is representing a different segment of our membership. Kudos to you, Lisa, for digging and getting to getting us on track for our academics to vote. That's good. That's real good. There were people before you, but again, if that thing doesn't happen right around that time, with all of this turmoil and how even the board changes, I can see how it can get lost easily, not intentionally, but it can get lost very easily. And that's why I think the instability on the board and the national office probably caused this. That's my opinion. Okay. Only my opinion.
All right.
Can I piggyback on your opinion and say I hear that? And yes, we had turmoil, we had turnover. We all understand that communication may not have been made between the board and the staff of what happened. We had some secretary issues too, by the way. I remember
You're right.
at a certain time where minutes weren't actually being kept. All that being said, and I can't say this as, seriously as I'm about to say it, is our Constitution doesn't just change. We vote on these changes. Whatever that vote was had to have been communicated to the membership. And with all due respect, I'm sorry, none of us sitting over here got the email blasts you're talking about. Don't tell me look at my spam. I looked in the spam Please hold the thought. The point is that, because none of us remember the racism change. Maybe it happened, and if it happened, we'd like to see, when did it happen? When did it?
We're trying to figure out what being.
No, what I'm saying is, there have been several changes to the Constitution
Mhm.
that have impacted all different types of members or all of us. Can I respectfully ask the board, because I can't not only report here, to make a motion to direct the staff to produce what was sent to the membership for the last, whatever time period you want, every year, so we know what we voted on and what passed.
And so that would be, you're looking for constitutional changes from that period forward. And I think that's what Sheila just asked for. She asked for that. Yes, you can. And yes, we can do that. And I think we have recorded that in the process of investigating the situation, if I'm not mistaken.
And I want to make one more point about that
Yes.
constitutional change that happened in 2014 that I don't think that I've heard here yet. And that was that 5 years, if you had been in working journalist 5 years prior to becoming an academic, that you needed to keep your membership financially up to date.
Yeah.
And nobody has said that.
That's true.
In any of these conversations here. And so that means it's a check and balance back to Veronique in the office, the reason why I asked for that constitutional change. So I just want to make sure that everybody realizes that.
Yes.
That you had to show consecutively that you paid your dues every year to the date. I mean, whenever that happened. And if you check the rolls, I don't know if folks did or didn't, but I'm saying that's the only way to find out.
You're right.
Is for us to go back to the Constitution and to go
search it.
back to those membership rolls.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. We can do that.
Can't do that.
Yes. Is there a question in the chat? So yeah, I now I understand why you said what you said, because you thought it was 2023 when I said to you, but this administration was the first administration to get it right. And it sounded like 2023. If you look by that, it sounds like the problem started with this administration. So
No, it wasn't that the problem started. And again, I just want to reiterate that there are past academic task force leaders and there are past academic reps who have said that they did raise this. One person was kind enough to give a timeline that did go back to 2014. I'm going by what I got officially from Parliamentarian Yorker, and the fact that that doesn't match with what the academic reps and task force chairs have, it's indicative of a larger problem. And I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I just think that members deserve clarity to the extent that I can provide it for academic members. I would like to. I know that it's annoying me bringing up the same things over and over again, probably, and pushing for answers. But I did ask what Dr. Brooks mentioned in terms of, the date. What was the language that members voted for? What was the vote? What was the outcome of the vote? I didn't get those answers. And so again, I just got here. It would be great to get those answers so that I can go back to members and say, okay, here's what happened. You're saying that, there seems like there was some turmoil. Okay, well, I wasn't there, so I'm saying it seems like there. As a
You got it done.
as a journalist, I'm going to say I've heard from one side. I don't know what the other side is, so I'm going to say seems like there was. But I'm just going to say it seems like there was some turmoil. I don't know what happened, but it would be great to have answers, and then.
And we can, for clarity, we can get the record and you can rely on that. So, all right. Anything else for Representative Armstrong? Seeing none. Media-related Representative Rashonda Hall.
Thank you. All right, I am Shonda Hall, Media Related Representative. Proud to be here representing the many members, and growing members, segment of membership for NABJ. My activities since our spring board meeting included Cleveland PR outreach. I met with the PRSA Cleveland president-elect and introduced them to NABJ. Surprisingly, they were not very familiar with NABJ. We discussed sponsorship opportunities and collaboration opportunities both now and in the future, not that many of their members should be familiar with. And I made sure that they have reached out to Cleveland locally, to the Cleveland chapter locally, to hopefully produce some synergy and programming in the future. I did sponsorship outreach to some sponsors that we brought in last year and over the last few years that we're hoping to continue on for convention and our Media Institute. Those conversations continue. I won't go into them in depthly, taking a page from Drew Barry's book and not giving away everything to the competition, but that information will be available in my full report. I did member support. Thank you to folks who are constantly sending people my way, for members who are in transition and have questions. I worked with some members out of New York, DC, Wisconsin, and a few young Black PR pros who are not yet members, but were referred to me from Chicago and Dallas. From my outreach, 2 of these media-related professionals will be attending their first NABJ conferences this week. So I'm excited about that and helping them to hopefully start a new tradition that will impact their careers. Workshop development. I submitted several workshops that were approved with crossover appeal for NABJ members on topics related to covering social determinants of health, ethics in PR and journalism. Thank you to fellow board member Walter Randolph Smith, who will be joining me on that panel. And also co-submitted with Pamela, Media Related Task Force Chair Pamela Purefoy, on AI for Convenience and Good, which will be taking place this week. I also held a pre-election process meeting for a media-related task force. As you guys know, they are in transition and will be welcoming a new chair and co-chair just after convention. And so we talked about that process. This is something that I think when we talk about our procedures, when we talk about strategic planning, I think that we could benefit from standardizing the way that task forces hold elections so that each task force isn't like left on their own to just figure it out. What format do we use? How do we do it virtually? Who does it? How do we, what's the timeline for it? We could really benefit from standardizing that process. And then on the heels of 2 very successful media institutes, again, we had the first one in 10 years for media related in Dallas in 2024. And then this year in 2025, we came back with a very successful conference that was hosted at Morehouse. We've started to look at 2026 this year, and I am looking forward to identifying, where that home will be. We've already started some location outreach and research. Locations in California, DC, Chicago, Atlanta, Houston, Charlotte are all up for consideration, and there have been some interest from there. I'll be, in fact, attending the academic meeting in order to continue to build those relationships. We've held the last 2 at schools, and that seems to be a formula that has worked really well for us. I am privileged to represent our sports entrepreneurship and media related task force on the board, and I have some updates from them. The media related task force has been working, as I mentioned. They have a long reports, and in the effort of getting us close to getting out of here. I know I'm standing almost between you and the end of your day. I won't go through their full reports, but it will be included in the submitted reports that will be published online. But the chair and co-chairs there held some signature events for National DEI leadership. Media-related members developed a outstanding media-related institute. I'm sorry, they mentioned student mentorship and job support. They mentored 14 emerging public relations and communication students through tailored programming focused on readiness, branding, and placement. They posted over 100 jobs within the group among each other in our Facebook groups. They are looking to relaunch their formerly held purse auction, founder Norma Wade's purse auction, honoring the NABJ founder and raising funds to continue her legacy. They supported losses suffered by our task force board member, Ron Carter, and have been actively hosting virtual meetings, one that includes fundraising efforts to support them, and they're looking for some of those dollars to keep coming in. Their chair, Terry Allen, was honored with the foundation's Living Legacy Award, recognized as one of the top 20 most influential men of color in the Southwest, a distinction that reflects leadership, strength, and the media-related member and a broader impact of NABJ. Our vice chair, we are honored to say, was a member of the NABJ 50 committee, and she's kept us all very excited. This comes from their submission. The media-related task force remains committed to protecting their members' interests and amplifying their presence in the industry. The Entrepreneurship Task Force recently held a webinar featuring a small business expert, a longtime freelancer, and NABJ convention co-chair and entrepreneur. The Entrepreneurship Task Force is hosting 2 sessions and a meeting at the convention. Sessions include discussions on contracts, copyrights, and trademarks, one on media entrepreneurship 101 on launching your own platform. And then they will be holding an entrepreneurship task force meeting and a freelance meetup that they will be doing in conjunction with the Institute for Independent Journalists on Thursday. And hot off the presses for the Sports Task Force, the Sports Task Force Scholarship Jam has sold out of VIP tables. How their limited VIP and premium tickets are still available, and the general admission tickets are also still available. They have a very comprehensive slate of programming, and I encourage you to check it all out within the programming book with their programming starting on Wednesday. It should be a great week for anyone looking to pursue a career in sports, already working in sports. They will also be holding their Sports Task Force meeting and a tour and reception at the Rocket Arena, which will take place on Saturday. And so the Sports Task Force continues to bring value to their members and looks forward to another successful year under the leadership of Taria Williams, the task force chair. And that completes my report.
All right, thank you. President Lemon has stepped out, so it's me.
He's right behind you.
He's back. Never mind. I mean, that 2 seconds of power right there. Felt really
Take it to the
good.
next guest.
Nope. There you go.
No, you didn't have to hand me the mic. Yes. Were there any questions for our representative, Paul? Cancel. Okay. All right. Yes, student representative in this last board meeting at this capacity, Grant Hines.
Yes, give me only 20 minutes. So since our last meeting, I've attended a couple events, starting with the Region 1 conference that was held in my city in DC. Thanks, Melanie, for putting that together, as well as WABJ, our local chapter in DC, for organizing that. We had one, right? We only had 1 day of sessions. Yeah, 1 full day of sessions, including a keynote speaker, DeMarco Morgan from ABC News. The night before, we held a reception at NPR. So it was just nice for students, especially, to come from across Region 1, particularly in DC, a bunch of Howard students there, to join us so that they could learn and network. And at that convention, day of, but separately, I met with leaders from HBCUs and other NABJ leaders to discuss dissolution of DEI efforts across campuses, specifically state-run schools. And we met with, or on that call with Tammy Fields, who is at Spectrum 13 in Orlando and advises students from the Central Florida area. And they were one of the schools what was it, Central Florida University?
Central Florida University.
Yeah, they were one of the schools that was hit one of the hardest by the efforts to dissolve DEI efforts on their campus. So it was just an opportunity for students and faculty members to come together to discuss how they were affected and efforts that they can take to, implement more funds or find funding in other places and resources in other places that were being taken away. After that, in April, I attended the Emerging and Investigative Journalist Summit. It was held at the New York Times building for the first time, as you heard from Walter, and they want us back. And it was, I don't know, the energy was just better in that building. So I'm really excited to go back next year. And like always, attendees were able to get resume reviews. There was a new session on digital safety that I moderated, and we talked about how journalists can keep themselves safe from digital attacks in the age of AI and as the industry shifts towards more digital mediums. And of course, more networking, what the students love the most when they can get a job. Oh, and we had a couple of employers there from NBC, the New York Times, of course, and others I can't think of right now. And then fast forwarding to the summer, just a couple weeks ago, we held for the second year in a row our resume workshop with Aunt Benet, who's sitting in the back there. And she led us through a live resume edit where a student volunteered their resume and she was able to give them feedback in real time. And then students were able to ask questions about the do's and don'ts so that they could get their resumes ready to hand to employers here at the convention. And then the week after that, we held our pre-convention session. And that was another sessions of do's and don'ts and how to conduct yourself and engage with employers and other industry colleagues here at the convention. So I'm hoping that Lauren Gilchrist, who will be our next student representative, will keep that up in the coming years, and then whoever else after that. For our convention grants this year, we chose 5 young journalists. That includes current students, college students, and journalists who have been in the industry within 5 years. And we gave them an all expense paid trip to Cleveland this year for the convention. So that includes, flight, hotel, registration, and then a small stipend. Over 80 people applied, so it was really hard narrowing it down to 5 students. And thanks to Walter and then Janae Reese. Yes, Janae Reese. Why did I blank on her last name? Kayla Solomon and Jasmine Smith. Or Jasmine Stiles. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking on so many names today. So thanks to them, those people, for helping me go through the applications and choosing the 5 people. If you want to see them, they will be at the Young Black Journalist Task Force reception on August 8th, this Friday, August 8th, here at the Convention Center, where they'll be recognized for their work. Sponsorship was lacking this year for obvious reasons, like Drew outlined earlier. People aren't giving as much to DEI efforts, so we're hoping that it changes next year. In all honesty, it probably won't, but we're hoping that the number that we have now will not go any lower. So we're hoping to at least keep it at 5. But coming up, that's it for me. Luckily this year, I guess not luckily, but lucky for me, our student representative ran unopposed. Our next student representative ran unopposed. So we were able to get the ball rolling on things a little bit earlier. I have already met with her on one occasion to introduce her to the role, tell her what it's like, and give her some ideas and unfinished things that I couldn't get to. And that's it. It was a pleasure to serve for these past 2 years. It went by quick. It was a great learning experience, and it was the honor of a lifetime to serve with all of you, including past members who have been on this board. So thank you for making my experience great and exciting. And I look forward to I will be back in some capacity someday, not now. Give me like 10 years. But I back, so I will see all of you then.
Thank you so much, Grant. Are there any questions for our student representative?
That's
All right.
That's how long it's gonna take me to recover.
As I know, right?
Can, I have just a quick comment?
Yes.
5 out of 80 is not a lot of people. Is there, do you think that should increase at some point in the future?
Yeah, so the scholarships are totally funded by NABJ. Last year we had even more and we chose 8. So the hope was that we were gonna do more than 8 after last year, but because that's how much the budget allowed this year, and then lack of sponsorships, you know, that's we just had to make it work with what we could.
My goal is always, last year we had 15 people, all expenses paid for the first time ever, also professionals as well come to the convention, and that must return with shrinking newsrooms and budgets. That must return. And so one of the things we want to do is find a way to make that real again. All right. Grant, you've been a pleasure to work with. I've worked with you a couple of years
Yeah.
already on short course stuff
Yeah.
as well. So man, you've been around.
Yes, I can't believe this is only my 4th convention, which is
I know, right?
crazy. I feel like I've been here a decade.
If there are no questions for our student representative.
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid, right? Oh, okay, great. So we're now ready for new business. My understanding is from the Region 3 Director, we have new business. Yes, sir, you can if you grab the mic.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Directors direct the staff to produce the language of each constitutional amendment or revision as presented to the membership for each year from 2013 to the present. The results of those elections related to those changes shall also be included.
All right. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Hold on one second. Who seconded that? Amir,
Amir was first up. That much.
that language.
Yeah. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. I've got one other new business at the table. What's that? Yes, I know. Region 3 Director, you have more new business?
I do, Mr. President. I move that the Benedict College Association of Black Journalists be made a full student chapter of NABJ.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Is there discussion? And yes.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Mr.
Is there
President?
discussion?
Mr. President,
See, yes.
may I just add that based on advice from previous Region 3 Director Coleman, gotten in the habit of trying to have a conversation with students. Roman Gardner is the president of this group. I asked why he decided to get involved in journalism. I just wanted to share that Roman Gardner told me that he wanted to get involved in journalism because he's from Atlanta and grew up watching Javita Moore.
All right. I'm glad I asked for discussion. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Is there more new business?
I wanted to make a motion for the Rutgers University Newark Association of Black Journalists to become members of NABJ.
There's a motion on. Go ahead. Motion has been properly moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please let the record reflect the last three motions passed unanimously. So approved. Congratulations, Rutgers. Is there more? And yes, and Bennett, is there more new business? All right. Seeing, yes. There is a portion of the time when a member can speak. Do you want to be heard? Yes. For the record, if you can stand right here.
I need to get something.
What's that?
I need to get something.
You need to, okay.
Thank you. Where do you want me to stand?
Stand right where you were there. Yep.
Okay, this is Kathy Cheney. I am again the immediate past Vice President of Print for NABJ 2020 to 2024.
You may want to start with the subject matter, and that may help us out.
I'm about to go right into that.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
Yep.
So every board member should have just now received an email from me. It is a petition for investigation and removal, and I will read it in part.
So before you go on, I
Mhm.
will tell you this. I have not followed this closely, but my understanding is, according to the attorney, that this is a Board of Election situation. The Board of Election has weighed in and handled this appropriately, and it may not be appropriate for the Board of Directors to handle this situation.
Thank you for your feedback.
Point of order.
Thank you for your feedback.
Point of order.
You're welcome, but considering that, that's the one place that you may want to redirect before coming to the Board of Directors.
Thank you for your feedback.
No,
Point of order.
yes,
I'm recusing myself from this conversation. Eva Coleman has my proxy.
yes. All right. Thank you. And you have submitted a letter to the Board of Directors?
I just hit send.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And
Thank
so
you.
that,
Let me
at that
continue,
point,
please. Can I continue, please?
at that point, well, what I'm saying to you is, because of the order of things now, until we get that out of the elections committee, then that's where the issue stands.
I would like to continue because that is not what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Do you mind?
sure. What are you
Thank you
talking?
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is a formal request for investigation and petition for removal and suspension of Vice President Broadcast Walter Smith Randolph. I'll read the letter in part that everyone has just received. I write this letter to formally request that the Board of Directors initiate an immediate investigation into the conduct of Mr. Walter Smith Randolph, current NABJ Vice President Broadcast and member of the Executive Board, which also functions as NABJ's Personnel Committee. Mr. Smith Randolph improperly shared on January 31st, 2024, a copy of the Executive Director's employment contract containing personal and sensitive information, including salary and terms of employment, with at least one NABJ member who is not a member of the Executive Board, Personnel Committee, or full Board of Directors. This dissemination of private personnel information to an unauthorized individual constitutes a serious violation of NABJ's internal governance, rules, principles of confidentiality, and ethical standards for officers. Let me continue to read. And this letter has been notarized according to how it's supposed to go with the Constitution and the operating procedures. I'm going to read everything since you do have it in your possession. Request for action. Based on the above, I formally request that NABJ initiate an independent investigation into Mr. Smith Randolph's conduct regarding the unauthorized dissemination of confidential personal documents, suspend Mr. Smith Randolph from his position as Vice President Broadcast pending the outcome of this investigation, initiate removal proceedings should the findings confirm a breach of responsibility and ethical conduct. The unauthorized sharing of confidential personnel information represents, a serious breach of trust that undermines the integrity of NABJ's governance and violates the privacy rights of the executive director. Such conduct is incompatible with the duties and responsibilities of a national officer and executive board member. The membership and leadership of NABJ deserves officers who maintain the highest standards of confidentiality and ethical conduct. Mr. Smith Randolph's actions warrant immediate investigation and, if substantiated, removal from office. I respectfully request that the Board of Directors take swift action to address these serious allegations and protect the integrity of our organization. And as there will be a new Vice President Digital and maybe new officers in the following roles: President, Secretary, Region 1 Director, Region 2 Director, the new officers must be involved in this process and the decision to ensure that there are no delays in this process. Sincerely, Kathy Cheney, professional member and former Vice President Print, 2020 to 2024.
All right,
And the allegations
So-
against me are false. Thank you.
thank you. So we're going to note it received, and I will ask the parliamentarian, as appropriate in this case, to look into this matter. Thank you.
A quick question. Is this separate than what you sent this morning? There's two. Okay, okay.
Of my official complaint that's notarized, I have them with me, and if anyone needs copies of the private text messages that were shared that are alleging that I threatened you all, so I have those with me. if you want to see them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Can you provide a hard copy for the parliamentarian, please? Thank you. All right. Is there any other new business? Is there any old business? Yes, ma'am. Chapters? Is a chapter issue that we need to talk about in executive session. All right. Is there a motion on the floor? Chapter business? All right. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Seeing none, we'll now enter executive session for the second time today. I'm sorry. Yes. I cannot hear you. Chapter business, local chapter business. All right. Thank you very much. As soon as we conclude here, we will pass a motion to return, and we will not do business until we're back open. All right. All right. Thank you. Great. session. Executive session has concluded. Is there any other whole business? Seeing none, completed our program, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's been properly moved by one of the two of them and seconded by VP Vera.
You got a hand.
Did you do any new business?
We did no business there. We had discussion. What's that?
Just the old, you asked if.
Yeah, we did new business already. We did new business first and then we were in the old business. Yes. We had three motions in new business. All right. Properly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are now adjourned. Do not forget about the event, the local chapter event. Thank you very much. Those are my advice.
Did I pick this now?
Do we have to?
No.
Oh.
Do we? I mean, you might not see it on Sunday. I'm taking it, man.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.